morning. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. Before we continue our board business, I would like to take a moment to thank Dr. Lang and his staff for hosting us last night at the community reception and during today's board meeting. We appreciate all your hard work. It's taken place to get everything in order. It's not easy. Thanks for throwing in a couple of trains and just to keep us on the edge of our seat. The board last met in El Paso back in 2018, March, and it is always good to be in this city and see the growth of TTU HSC El Paso and the wonderful work being done in collaboration with this community. From a personal standpoint, it's somewhat unique in a certain sense in that it's an HSC school here in this urban city with what I call a long tail. And therefore, the thing that is unique to me is the sort of the inner working relationship with the community and the service that's provided with your health science in the community. So it creates a stickiness that you don't always see everywhere else, so to speak. So that has kind of a unique aspect. A big thank you also to our Lubbock and HSC El Paso IT staff for getting all the technical aspects of our meeting set up. It's a big task, and we truly appreciate them for all their efforts. I would also like to thank our special guests who are here today, and I know that some of you will be recognized in just a moment. With that being said, the board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the board. With that, Chancellor Mitchell, President Hawkins, President Johnston, President Skovanec, President Lang, and President Rice-Spearman, will you please present your introductions and recognitions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first group that I would like to recognize, we actually have a couple of our state representatives here, but if you look at the El Paso delegation, they as a group have been not only dedicated but committed to making sure that higher education issues across the state and healthcare issues across the state are addressed in a way that is beneficial for all the people of the state, and in particular the people of the West Texas portion of the state. The work they do and the work that we're able to do here would not be possible without their support and without their efforts. And the delegation here includes, and I'm going to have the two that are here with us, Representative Lena Ortega, please stand. Let's give her a round of applause. And Representative Joe Moody, please stand. They really do yeoman's work for us in Austin during the session, and this last session with all the special sessions that followed was no exception to that. But the contingency of folks out here include Senator Cesar Blanco, Representative Mary Gonzalez, Representative Claudia Ordaz Perez, as I mentioned, Representative Lena Ortega, Representative Joe Moody, and Representative Art Fierro. Thank you guys so much for everything you've done to support us over the years.
May I just add a word of comment to that, just on a personal note. I think you got a flavor last night of how the communities intertwine with the medical center, how important it is. This would not happen without the extremely great work that our legislators do, not just our support here. We're a blue dot in the red West Texas. But what they've done is find common ground with their colleagues all across West Texas to support not only what happens in El Paso, but to support the vet school that happened in Amarillo. And they've worked tirelessly. They have my personal number. We'll text back and forth if there are questions. They're always available. They're terrific supporters. They're fantastic legislators, and they work not just for El Paso, but for all of West Texas. I'm very proud of what they do individually and more importantly as a group as well. So Joe and Lena, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you.
Next, Mr. Chairman, we have something a little bit different that we're going to do. As you know, we have the Chancellor's Council's Distinguished Teaching and Research Awards that we do university by university. This year we're going to, for this board meeting, we're going to present our award from the Chancellor's Council to a recipient who is with us today. This is Dr. Wendy Woodall, and she is one of the professors in the Hunt School of Dental Medicine. And Dr. Lang, where are you?
That's Wendy right here.
Yeah, here's Dr. Woodall. Dr. Lang, do you want me to read about Wendy, or would you like to read about Wendy?
Actually, it would be okay if I didn't read about her for a second?
No, go ahead.
All right, because I'll tell you a bunch of stuff you just won't remember, okay? I can tell you she's in the Commission of Dental Accreditation. You won't care about that. I can tell you she's been consultants to China and Southeast Asia and South America and Mexico, and you won't care a bit about that either. And you won't care she's the American Dental Education Association. Quite frankly, I don't care about that either, okay? Because what happened is when Rick Black and I were dedicated to making a new dental school, we said we want an education like none other in the United States. It has to be, not just because it's different, it has to meet the needs of the current community. We hired a consulting firm to help us. They were so excited about it because Rick and I had visited 11 dental schools across the nation. He visited 18. We hired this consulting group, met, described, we can do exactly what you want. We fired them. After 6 months, Rick? Yeah, they didn't get the vision. We have a professor who's been at UNLV. She's been a professor at San Antonio, professor at Baylor, UNLV. She heard about it. She knew exactly what needed to be done. We had 3 employees to start with, Rick Black, Wendy Woodall, and a guy to help us with accreditation. She is responsible single-handedly for the education that's here, centered around the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine. She wrote the whole thing. It's the most innovative thing in the United States. So, we're here to honor that, but wait, there's more. She trained some students that happen to be in New Mexico, heard about this, unsolicited, call us and say, we want to have an endowment scholarship in her name because she's so outstanding. She's one of the most humble people you ever meet. So you won't remember the other stuff I told you. What you will remember is she's changing dental education in the United States here in El Paso.
And for that reason, she is the recipient of the 2022 Chancellor's Council Distinguished Teaching Award. Now, just to remind everybody what that award is, this was established in 2001, and it's the highest award that we have for teaching and research in the system. The recipients each receive a check as well as a medallion. But what it really does, what they represent, and Rick was alluding to this, is kind of the aspirational best of the best of the different universities within the Texas Tech system. So we're going to do a quick photo with Dr. Woodall with her medallion, and with the real thing she came here for today is her check. So we'll do that, and then I'll finish my introduction. Okay, since we're on a roll with El Pasoans, next I'd like to recognize Dr. Rick Lang in my remarks as the 2021 El Pasoan of the Year. 2021 El Pasoan of the Year.
So now it's passé now.
That's right, that's right. Yeah, so last year. President Lang, thank you for hosting us in El Paso this week and for all you do for the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center here in El Paso. Dr. Lang, who has served as the founding president of the university and dean of the Foster School of Medicine since 2014, was named the 2021 El Pasoan of the Year by El Paso, Inc. The award is given to those who are committed to improving lives in the city and the region. During his tenure, we've seen the university contribute unrivaled community outreach and engagement and considerable expansion and growth in El Paso, including the establishment of the Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine, the only dental school on the U.S.-Mexico border, and the first dental school in the state of Texas in more than 5 decades. When they graduate in 3.5 years, 40 dentists will be added to the healthcare workforce in the borderland and beyond. He's also helping to transform healthcare and create change in the region, and during his tenure, the university has educated more than 700 physicians, 1,000 nurses, and almost 130 biomedical researchers, most of whom have remained in the far west Texas region. Today, T2HSC El Paso has an annual economic impact to this region of over $630 million. In addition to the university's mission, of educating students from West Texas, Dr. Lang has ensured that all borderland residents have access to world-class patient care thanks to more than 250 Texas Tech Physicians of El Paso specialists who serve the community in the clinics and throughout the city as well as local hospitals. When Dr. Lang was being considered for the award this year, one of the people polled said, and this is really important, "We're lucky to have Dr. Lang in El Paso." And what's important about that is that was a statement that came from somebody in Lubbock. That's right. I would actually say we're lucky to have Dr. Lang in the Texas Tech University System family. Dr. Lang, thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
And I know, Chairman, you had already mentioned this, but there are some people that I would like to run through a list of folks very quickly. Everything that's happening here with all of the IT, with all of the Zoom, with everything that we've done, could not have been possible. We were sitting here yesterday for some training, and at the podium there, we had a total of 5 IT people standing around, and Patrick Kramer made the comment that when you see 5 IT people standing around a computer, there's a problem that has to be solved. Well, they got it solved. So Miguel Gonzalez, David Prieto, David Dominguez, Adam Cruz, Lee Hernandez, and for facilities, Joe Avila, David Tave, Miguel Vasquez, Imelda Ibarra, and then our crew from Lubbock, Joe Carmichael, Andrew Beverly, Tyler Fox, O.J. Barbie, Jude Machen, and Christina Martinez and Kano McQuinney, as well as here and upstairs, Vanessa Solis and the entire HSC El Paso team. Let's give all of them a round of applause for making this happen. And then, Mr. Chairman, I know that there'll be a little bit more said about this during the Finance and Investment Committee, but as all the regents know, Gary Barnes announced his retirement effective April 30th, earlier this month. And Gary, as many of you know, and those of you that have experienced working with him, he's been a key member of the leadership team at the system since joining us as CFO in 2016. Gary has more than 45 years of experience in higher education, and he's been an extraordinarily valuable leader in finance and administration at his alma mater, West Texas A&M, as well as at the Texas A&M system, and then with us at our system. He's been critically instrumental as part of our leadership team, and he's helped drive the continued success of the system and provided support to our component institutions. For me personally, Gary has been invaluable as we have navigated good times and bad times in Austin, but he's always been extraordinarily knowledgeable about everything that we need to prepare ourselves as we go into legislative sessions. He's done a remarkable job of providing support to the regents, as well as the university presidents and their leadership teams, as well as the teams at the system, with thorough and effective guidance since the day he got here. Gary's had the tremendous responsibility of overseeing the financial strength and stability of our organization while managing several offices and services. His strong principles, sound judgment, and extensive experience has made him extremely valuable to me and to our team. He's gonna be hard to replace. He's got big shoes to fill, but I want Gary to stand up and give him a round of applause. And with that, my remarks are concluded, Mr. Chairman. Who's diving in next?
I would like to recognize and introduce Morgan Page. Morgan is a tenured associate professor of art at MSU, Texas. She received a BFA from the University of Houston and her MFA from Rutgers. Her work has been exhibited in Mexico, Japan, and across the United States. Morgan is the newest recipient. There we go. Morgan is the newest recipient of the Jane Spears Carnes Faculty Fellowship in Creative Endeavors. The fellowship, made possible by a gift from former MSU Regents member and artist Jane Carnes, is a support grant that rewards and refreshes faculty in creative fields to take a semester from the classroom and enhance their research, artistic endeavors, and teaching. It supports faculty members' activities and their replacement in the classroom for one semester. There we go. For the past 3 years, Morgan has used her between semester breaks to travel over 10,000 miles of the back roads of Texas, looking for forgotten places with her collaborator and spouse, Dustin Rice. This project was aided by financial support from an MSU faculty intramural grant in 2019 and now the Carnes Fellowship. If you're like me and wondered about such places on those great road trips, Morgan and Dustin's latest work captures those stories in photographs and short stories. The Bones of Texas is the result of this work and has been exhibited in museums across Texas, featured in the Texas Standard, Texas Monthly, and they are now under contract to publish this work as a book. I had the opportunity to view a part of this collection last fall, and I know the book will be outstanding. Congratulations, Morgan.
Good morning. On February 11th, the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center received notification from the U.S. Department of Education that our application for designation as an eligible Hispanic serving institution was approved. Our HSC is only the third health sciences center in the state of Texas to be designated as a Hispanic serving institution and is the second health sciences center among the Texas university system, joining our sister university, El Paso, which became an HSI in 2018. This designation expands our opportunities to work collaboratively not only within our institution, but also with external community partners in all areas of healthcare. As a result, we anticipate leading efforts where innovative contributions allow us to better serve all populations while promoting access, diversity, equity, inclusion, and excellence in all of our programming. We are deeply grateful for those whose efforts helped us achieve this effort, not only within our HSC family, but also those at our sister universities, specifically HSC El Paso and Texas Tech University. This was truly an example of a collaborative effort reflecting the success of our university in meeting our mission to enrich the lives of others through education, patient care, and research. We are very excited about this designation. I'd also like to share with the Board of Regents that on February the 15th, the Texas Child Mental Health Care Consortium Executive Committee, which is a committee assigned by the governor, met and approved budgets for the ARPA allocation, which included over $32 million in funding for our Texas Tech Health Sciences Center, representing 29% of the total funding allocation to the participating universities. This funding is specific for expanding and enhancing many of our current services to children and families in our service region, including the Child Psychiatry Access Network, the Texas Child Health Access through Telemedicine Initiative, the Community Psychiatry Workforce Expansion, and the Child and Adolescent Psychiatry Fellowship and related research initiatives. Our mental health initiative team has been led by Dr. Sarah Wakefield. My only regret today is that one of our regents who is so committed, Mr. Hammonds, is not here today to see that we have now laid the foundation for a true mental health institute within the Texas Tech system. We also have another collaborative effort. This will be with our sister university, Texas Tech, through the College of Human Sciences and also the College of Arts and Sciences. So congratulations to that team.
Mr. Chairman, I have no introductions.
Mr. Chairman, I have no introduction.
Okay.
Ted, if I just one thing, if I could ask Andrea Tane, she'd like to tell everybody, and by the way, she's very special, as you know. She's not anybody that can get a train, get an ambulance, and a helicopter all together at the same event. We're disappointed she also had lightning planned, but she just couldn't get it. So, but Andrea had put special gifts together. I just want Andrea explain what's in the boxes.
We just have a few fun things that we want to be sure to point out that are put together. If you open your boxes, if they're easy to open, I don't know if you'll have them there with you. But our marketing team spent some time. They're from El Paso, and
You want to use the microphone for
sorry, yes. everybody. Okay. So if you open your boxes, we are home to the best margarita in the world, we think. Maybe close to Mexico, close second. But each of you have a specialized gift there that I'm not sure you can have this early in the morning, although maybe if the chairman would allow you to. But take it back with you, enjoy it back in your hometown, and we're just so pleased that you all are here in El Paso. But each of you have a specialized tequila bottle there for you today. So enjoy El Paso. We also have the landscape on your rocks glasses that is truly why El Paso shines, and so we hope you all enjoy it. And then, again, thank you all for coming to El Paso. Well, Dr. Mitchell, you have to see yours, because it does say age to perfection. Yours is age to perfection.
Happy birthday, Chancellor.
Yeah, thank you.
Andrea, thank you. We'll use this in executive session later.
We actually needed it outside already.
Yeah. Well, thank you all for those introductions and recognitions. Next, we'll hear from our student government presidents. Brady Floyd, please present the SGA report for Angelo State.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be here in the great city of El Paso, along with my fellow SGA presidents. It's been great to kind of walk around and be able to see what the city's like. This is my first time here, so Dr. Lang, thank you for having us here. We've done some great things over at Angelo State University. I stepped into the role as president this January, and it's been an honor to serve my fellow students over at Angelo State. Just kind of wanted to kind of go over what our fall semester looked like and what some things we accomplished in the fall. We had 4 pieces of legislation, which they were mostly internal things, and then also a bill that was sent to our faculty senate that was expressing the idea of timely feedback on grades. We are still currently working with our faculty senate and hopefully going to get some data collected from our students and see what's going on. Oh, perfect. And so we also approved 8 new student organizations. These were diverse groups of organizations. I have 5 more that we were approving that we couldn't approve today because classes were canceled, but hopefully getting them. The students are starting organizations and they're doing something that they're passionate about, and that's what I love to see our students engaged on campus. And then what I'm most excited to share with y'all is our successful Christmas tree lighting. This is an annual event we do around the Christmas time. The community is involved. We have our RSO set up booths and tables. Our orchestra performs a little concert. What I'm even more excited to share is our RAMFAM scholarship. This is a scholarship created by our Student Government Association in which we provide this to a student at our Rammies Award ceremony. And so I'm happy to announce that we did raise $7,078.51. This allowed for our development office to match with $5,000 with a total of $12,078.51. So this was, I can't thank the San Angelo community enough, and not only the San Angelo community, but the students of ASU who are also donating. And so we will be handing out 2 awards at our Rammy ceremony. So this was awesome, and it made me really happy, and so I'm excited that a student will be able to receive this scholarship. Just wanted to do a quick spring semester outline, what I have outlined. My first thing, would like to talk about our Rammys award ceremony, in which we hold an award ceremony for our student orgs on campus. And so this is going to be a big fun event that I'm excited to honor our students and hopefully have some of our administrators involved and help present awards. And then just be able to honor the great things that our RSOs do on campus for us. And then also I wanted to talk about student involvement. I have been very passionate about student involvement ever since my time at ASU. And when speaking to President Hawkins about this, he's been very supportive of some things that I would like to accomplish. So this is going to look like a couple different things. I would love to reach out to our first year students and somehow plug them in to not only just our registered student organizations, but also just get them engaged with our campus, whether that's going to a sporting event, anything, just talking to your professor in their office, having a cup of coffee with them. And so I'm excited to see what I can accomplish with this and also reach to our upperclassmen as well and how we can get them plugged into our university. And then lastly, this is just more of a personal thing that I wanted to accomplish, but also extended this invitation to our student government. Just being more present on campus. I've made it my goal to be at every single sporting event. I missed soccer, unfortunately, but I've been, and I'm planning on going to softball here eventually. And so just to have my face around, our senators around, to be able to know that we're here to serve them, we're here to support them, and that they know where we're at. Just wanted to very quickly go over these pictures. The one where I'm standing there with my friend Scotty, who's here with me, that was from our Christmas tree lighting that where we collected donations. The middle picture is going to be from our banquet that we held. We did a Thanksgiving pajama theme. That was a lot of fun. And then we have our great President Hawkins with one of our graduates. President Hawkins, I will say you look dashing in that picture. And so with one of our graduates that graduated last semester. I'd be happy to answer any questions, comments, or concerns that y'all might have for me. Like I said, it's great to be here, and I appreciate all the support that the board does, the system, and also the ASU administration, President Hawkins and Vice President Wright, who's here as well. We thank y'all. Awesome. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Brady, thank you. Next is the MSU President Report. Austin Strode, please present the SGA report for Midwestern State University.
All right, good morning. You're probably going to hear that from all of us, so I got to say it's a lot nicer actually being able to work with the board and come see y'all instead of just presenting to names with faces. That is something that I've consistently said is how involved the board has been, and it's amazing to see that, and I'll probably talk about that more in my report. So without further ado, some of the stuff that we've been doing. We are working on the Student Employee Minimum Wage Act, and that's actually part of our joint legislative congress that we're working with the other student governments with in the tech system. We're looking to pass that across the entire Texas Tech institution along with various other bills. Another project we've been working on is the clothing bins donation. This has become actually more successful than we anticipated. We emptied the clothing bins last Friday, I want to say, and they're already nearly full. So the students have been really good with the donations. And then we're also still doing our non-traditional study nights. We're still tweaking the program and refining it. It is a pilot program, but we're looking forward to getting that into being more successful. So, some other project updates. A project that I've been very passionate is getting more video surveillance on our campus. Right now, MSU has multiple different camera systems. Some are still analog, and so I'm pushing to have one system for the entire campus to help have more security on campus. Not to say that MSU isn't very safe, but I think it's a lot easier when students go home to their dorms or to their apartments on campus and know that they have security watching over them. Our women's health pilot program that we did is fully installed in our student center, and that provides feminine products for women that might need them. They're in our women's bathrooms and our non-binary, transgender, the name eludes me right now, but those bathrooms as well. And then we are also working on our social safe experience program, which SGA is going and buying a whole bunch of drink covers. So when students go out to student activities, to say the least, they will have a wristband. They can easily take it off and cover their drink to prevent spiking and other non-great activities. A big thing that we have started this semester is I finally got a publicity chair, and with that she asked me to give a shout out to our SGA, so if you have a chance, follow us on Instagram. That is her in the bottom right. We have been doing Takeover Tuesdays, Feature Fridays, and photography contests on our Instagram, as well as giving out faculty shout-outs. We are also working on our elections, and the current exec board is doing our succession plans and transitions. Another big thing, as I'm sure a lot of you have heard, is it is our Centennial Celebration here at MSU. So we are celebrating 100 years of MSU, which has been great. And I just have to say, I've been very pleased to see some of the Regent members and members from all over the tech system coming to these events. And not only just talking with the faculty and staff, but with the students. That has made a really big impact on the student body, and I can't be happier with that. Some pictures, we have the Chancellor there, Keegan and I in the bottom right, and then some of my cabinet members in the top right. And yeah, are there any questions from the board or anyone else? Thank you.
Austin, before you step off, I want to recognize you and thank you for your service. We are engaged in a MSU president search, and Austin was a representative on the search committee. He provided a valuable perspective and insights, I think in a very profound manner, represented the students' interest and insight into who's the next leader going to be for MSU Texas. So Austin, I want to say thank you for your service. Really, really do appreciate
And
it.
I'd like to say thank you to you, Regent Griffin. I feel that it could be really easy to overlook the student feedback in this, and in every aspect of tech, not just on this committee, that has never happened or never crossed my mind that my voice has been overlooked. So thank you to you all, and thank you, Regent Griffin.
Next, Faisal Al-Mahmoud will please present the SGA report for Texas Tech University.
Y'all tired of me yet?
Good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Hello, everybody. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the chair and the members of the board for giving us your time. It's, as Austin said, pivotal to hear the student voice, so thank you. Before I started my undergraduate experience at Texas Tech University, I lived in Brazil for a year, taught English, learned Portuguese, just assimilated into Brazilian culture to understand it. 5 years later, I'm sitting here and I get a message from somebody in a city called Santa Cruz do Rio Pardo, a city of 39,000 people, and it's a picture of our basketball stadium and our students going like this. Just to say, to point out, we are on the map in villages in Brazil. So it's a big deal, and it's a really cool time to be a Texas Tech student and a member of our system. So thank you for everything that y'all do in supporting, especially athletics. So to get into this, as Austin said, we have a joint Congress meeting. It'll be on April 8th, I believe. Hopefully, on our main campus. We're still deciding what room. It would be nice to, do it in the Regent room. Our kind of part that Texas Tech is going to battle is mental health. So on campus, we are still seeing a shortage of supply and an excess of demand for mental health professionals simply because the private market pays more. And that is a huge problem that grips public institutions because it serves people who need this type of mental health service. So we look in battling that. Women's History Month is in March, and Sexual Assault Awareness Month is in April. Simply put, the women who've come before me have paved my way here, and I would not be here without them. Whether it be my mom, whether it be my sister, the former student body president, one of my best friends, Hunter Hack, seriously have helped me so much, and so I can't wait to give back in that capacity. One of many things we're doing is going to be a podcast show where we're going to go and talk to 20 to 25 pivotal women in Lubbock's history and Texas Tech's history. So be on the lookout for that invite. And then housing, again, excess supply or shortage of supply, excess demand. The housing market is skyrocketing, and we have a huge influx of students, almost 10,000 in the last 10 years, because that was one of our priorities. But in the future, we really need to look into how we can expand the supply, whether it be in looking at our zoning laws or just building more affordable housing. Finally, and this is amazing, to see the work of student government over the last 3 years coming to fruition. Our founding fathers built this nation on the notion of diversity, equity, inclusion, the fact that cultures don't have to be separate, but they can certainly blend and merge into one, creating a bigger melting pot called the United States of America. And so this is the Intercultural Center that we're working on. It's going to be hopefully opening up in September. It is right outside our offices on the 3rd floor of the sub. And so finally, I'd just like to say, my parents came here in 1992 at a time when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and they were in Jordan from the Middle East. And it was, long story short, really difficult for Middle Eastern students to come to this country and study. But that didn't stop Texas Tech University from opening its arms up and keeping them here. And today my dad teaches economics and my mom teaches Arabic here, and 30 years later we're still here. And I'd like to thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart for embracing that type of diversity and being inclusive to no matter who you are, what race, creed, color, religion, spirituality, whatever it is. What we care about here is who you are, not what you belong to. And for that, I'm so proud to be a Texas Tech student and to have been given the opportunity to present in front of you all. I wish I was going to be here for a centennial year, but yeah. So thank you so much. If there are any questions, I'll take them now. Cool. Thank you all.
Hazel, thank you. Next, we'll hear from Bernardo Gonzalez. Bernardo, please present your SGA report for the Health Science Center.
There you go. Well, good morning, everyone. Huge thanks to the chairman and the Regents for giving me a chance to present in behalf of the Texas Tech University Health Science Center, SGA, as well as T2HSC El Paso and the city of El Paso for being so welcoming and hosting today's meeting. During this time, I hope to give you some updates regarding how we conduct business as an organization and action we've taken since the last meeting to advocate for the betterment of our students. So first, I'd like to provide an update regarding how we are conducting our meetings. I recall at our August meetings sharing with you all how excited I was about being able to host hybrid meetings, which included having our Lubbock senators in there in person. Even though they were great and I really enjoyed being able to see our senators in person, we have recently decided, as heavily favored by our Senate, to convert back to the Zoom for the following reasons. The morale of our students. As I said, this is something that was heavily favored by our senators, and morale is something that I feel like is very important in order to have high spirits and for them to be excited about working with one another. So what they wanted, their feedback was something we felt was important, and we decided to go with what they decided on. Equal experience for all. Since we have senators in Dallas, Abilene, Odessa, Amarillo, we felt that it was best to have everyone kind of on the same boat as opposed to having some in person and some via Zoom. It kind of promote the sense of inclusiveness within our organization. The convenience factor, being able to pause your especially since a lot of our senators are in intensive graduate programs, we felt that it was best to make it convenient for them to be able to join our meetings from the comfort of their own home, pause their studies instead of minimizing time for travel and other necessities like that. And the efficiency of our meetings. Our meetings are now much more efficient. There's no time to pass the microphone across the Senate room. Communication between the online and in-person senators was something that took a lot of time, so now things are going a lot smoother. So at our last meeting, I shared with you all some of the senator priorities, things that our Senate identified as things they wanted to work on. And I want to take the rest of the time here to just share with you all some of the action they've taken in order to address these priorities. So part of the 8 dimensions of wellness that was introduced to them as part of our quality enhancement plan included financial wellness, which is something that Senate Resolution 2202 aimed to improve. Students of T2HSC formally received personal finance counseling services from Red to Black peer financial coaching at Texas Tech University, but the services have since been removed. And ultimately, this piece proposed that our students have access to finance advice from personal financial counselors. Next, accessibility for those with disabilities is something our Senate is aiming to improve around campus, and I felt this Senate resolution highlighted that well. This piece called for change within our F0 parking lot to bring back handicap parking that was previously there. Myself and one of the authors were directed towards the appropriate people and ended up actually getting a better deal than what we proposed, so that was cool. Last semester's IPE event that I shared with you all at our last meeting was such a great success and got so much help from our senators that their office reached out to me earlier this semester about having us help with their disaster day event this spring in hopes of replicating that success. Further, our community service committee has done an outstanding job in seeking opportunities and getting our senators from all campuses involved in their respective communities. And our Senate has big group message that's become very active. It's been really cool being able to see all of our senators talk outside of meetings and seeing them talk around campus as I'm walking around. Lastly, this piece, Senate Resolution 2204, is one I was particularly happy to see come to fruition. As a pair of third-year med students reached out to our Senate and recruited senators across all of our schools and many different programs to learn about opportunities they received to gain rural healthcare exposure and ultimately call for improvement as they deemed necessary. Some programs did not offer experiences, some don't provide access or temporary housing arrangements, which made such opportunities difficult to seek. And with our institution having such a great emphasis on providing health to rural West Texas communities, this piece exemplifies our students' desire to contribute to the overall mission of TTUHSC and the alignment between the institution's values and that of their own. I wasn't able to include this in the presentation, but our scholarship committee also distributed 99 scholarships through our Double T Scholarships funds, and I thought that was just so amazing, and I felt I needed to share that with you all here today. But that concludes my presentation. Is there any questions, comments, concerns, anything? I'd love to hear from any of you. All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you, sir. Last but certainly not least, Alexa Guerrero, please present your SGA report for TTU HSC El Paso. Thanks for hosting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Alexa Guerrero, and I am the Student Government Association President for the 13th session here at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, El Paso. Okay, so some holiday activities that we had. Back in November, we had our annual Thanksgiving luncheon where we were able to have a Thanksgiving lunch with the entire student body. In December, we held our donation drive for the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence here in El Paso. We donated about 7 huge bins of clothing. This is something that the student body came together, and I was very happy with the turnout. So at my first Board of Regents meeting, I talked a little bit about MedVenture for Your Future. So this year, we held it again in January, and we had over 300 students from the community come. And this was a collaboration with the Office of Outreach Programs, El Paso Pre-Medical Developmental Society, and the Dental Student Council. This is one of my favorite events that we have because not only are we able to provide families within the community with good information about health and wellness, but we're also able to interact with the younger generation in El Paso on a personal level, and we're able to encourage them and motivate them to stay in school. And these are our future dentists, doctors, nurses, scientists, so I think it's really important to uplift them and keep them motivated. So some of our senator projects that we had campus safety, so we got with TTU PD, and we found out ways to have police escorts later at night, and this was something that Lieutenant Stoltz was very receptive to, and we've come up with several protocols to help students get to their cars. We had a lunch and learn about Student Service Fee Advisory Committee for students who are requesting money through student service. We have 2 of our senators working on a dental and medical school application workshop. And then this last one was actually brought to us by the medical student body. It was to expand the SGA Executive Council by adding a VP of Student Health and Wellness. And I think this is really important because being a health science center, I feel like student health and wellness is a very important aspect. So in our next academic calendar, the Executive Council will be expanded. So while on the topic of student health and wellness, we have our intramural basketball games that started. Don't worry, I'm not on the team, so they've been winning. I took on the role of being the professional cheerleader this time around. So the Office of Student Engagement and Wellness held a contest, a fan-based contest. So for everyone that showed up, you kind of got a point. If you made a poster, you got an extra 5 points. So our team in the graduate school is called Entourage. Shout out Dr. Raj. So I took it upon myself to create cutouts of Dr. Raj and Dr. Lang with Entourage headbands on their heads. And we actually, I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty sure, I think we won the contest. It was really fun, and there's Dr. Raj holding his cutout poster. He was very proud of me. I had to plan out my science experiments for the day very accurately to be able to make these posters. So also I just wanted to give some recognition to 2 student organizations on campus and my VP of Student Development, Toby. So Black Women in Medicine and the Student National Medical Association put together a series of month-long events in honor of Black History Month. They hosted weekly cooking classes, they ran informational posts on their social media, they held a charity banquet, and they will end February with a charity basketball game. I wanted to touch more on the charity banquet because I think the work that these 2 organizations did was absolutely amazing. So the charity banquet was hosted to collect donations for menstrual hygiene kits for youth girls, sponsored by a nonprofit organization in Juarez called Siguiendo los Pasos de Jesús. And I think it's very important to note that, yes, Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, El Paso, serves the community of El Paso, but it also goes beyond the community of El Paso and beyond the border to these small rural communities in Juarez who also need help. And so I just think the work that they are doing is absolutely amazing, and I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to let you all know that this is something that is also that we're doing here on campus. So for the future, we have more Senator projects to come. We have our spring service event, our leadership conference, executive council elections, and joint congress in Lubbock, and we will have our diversity week in fall of 2022. And with that being said, I just wanted to say thank you to the board. You know, last night was a very eye-opening experience for me. I was standing there with Dr. Raj, and he looked at me and he said, look at everyone in the room and look at who's in the room. He was like, you should be so proud of yourself. Before I was here at Texas Tech, I was working the graveyard shift at the county hospital in San Antonio, where my job was to rock and console and feed NAS babies for 12 hours. And I was kind of at a point in my life where I was very stagnant. I wasn't really progressing. So I decided to apply to many graduate schools. And I didn't have the best stats. And so Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso saw a lot of potential in me. And I am so thankful to have that opportunity, and I'm so thankful to the board, and I'm very honored to come and present to you all and give students like me a second chance who necessarily don't have it or don't have the perfect stats. And I just wanted to thank you for all that you've done, and it's really been such an honor to be able to travel to Lubbock and come here, and I think that you guys are doing such amazing work, and I'm just thankful for the resources that you all put together to provide us with successful academic careers and to further our careers later on in life. And I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I think this concludes my last presentation as president of SGA here in El Paso.
Chairman Lewis, may I add?
Yes.
I just would like to give a big round of applause and thank you to all the SGA presidents. Not only are they working as students on campus and furthering their education, but they're also improving everything for their students on each of their campuses, as well as working on joint congress together. They've had many meetings to prepare for joint congress, which will affect the system as a whole, and I think them working all together will create a lot of success for this system. So thank you all for doing that.
Alexa, thank you for your testimony as well. It reinforces our why, and we do what we do. So that's always affirming to each one of the regents to hear that, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you for all those reports. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene today after adjournment of the last committee meeting. We will continue now with committee meetings. All regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent serves as a member of the ACS committee and is mandated by state law as a non-voting member of the board. Actions resulting on the items from each committee are final and do not require additional approval by the full board. We will begin with the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee. Regent Carrick Davis serves as chair, and Regent Gordon serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Lewis. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 18th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Hawkins, please begin with item number 1.
Madam Chairperson, I and the Provost recommend, and the Chancellor concurs, that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank for the faculty as listed below, effective September 1st, 2022. Those members of the faculty whose names appear above have been judged by the appropriate department and college committees and administrative personnel as worthy of the promotions for which they are recommended.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, Dr. Camacho, please continue. Oh, no, you have 3 more.
Yes, ma'am. I and the Provost recommend that the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure effective September 1, 2022 for the faculty as listed below.
All right. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 3. All right, Dr. Camacho?
Thank you very much. Yeah, MSU places for your consideration the approval of the Master of Science in English degree. The MS in English degree is same as students who possess a Bachelor of Science degree, but are looking for graduate options in English to further their professional careers. This degree would allow the students with a BS degree to acquire the skills of a graduate program in English that, without having to meet the foreign language requirement that is necessary for an MA degree. We believe that this is a good response to a market need and will position our graduate program in English in a much stronger position. The degree would not require additional resources than the existing ones in capital or personnel, just a small consideration that is reflected in the table for scholarships that will be easily offset by the revenue produced by this program.
Thank you, Dr. Camacho. Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. On the next item, as a former dean of the Fane College of Fine Arts, it is my distinctive pleasure to present to you the MSU proposal for a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Musical Theater. We believe the degree is a response to a growing need and the inquiries that we have had from current and prospective students. Musical theater is possibly the fastest growing area in theater arts, and we have been making plans and projections over the last 4 years to come up with this degree. The popularity of our current minor in musical theater is allowing us to project a really good success for this program. Offering this degree will not necessitate further resources in terms of personnel or facilities, except for the small projection that we have in the chart, which will be easily offset by the revenue produced by the program.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Dr. Hendrick, please present item number 5.
Thank you. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board approve changes in academic rank for the faculty at Texas Tech University as listed below.
Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Hendrick, please present item number 6.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure for the faculty listed below.
Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Please present item number 7.
The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve the granting of tenure for the faculty member listed below.
Any comments or questions? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve the designation of Horn Distinguished Professor to the 3 faculty members listed below.
Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Request from Texas Tech University is to grant emeritus status to the individuals listed below. Requests have been approved administratively by the President and the Chancellor and is recommended for your approval.
Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Just a clarification. The item for emeritus status is actually on consent. The next item on the agenda is the Masters of Science degree in Human Sciences.
My apologies. Not that on the agenda.
We've just approved.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Item number 9.
we're going to item number 9, Dr. Hay.
It's the Master of Science degree in Human Sciences. This is a new degree in the College of Human Sciences. This is a degree from which students can select 2 areas of concentration, building upon their baccalaureate programs. This will be a degree in which students have an in-person or a hybrid option. Our Bachelor of Science in Human Sciences program continues to see growth, and a polling of the students has indicated an interest for this graduate program that allows them to branch out beyond their areas of study in baccalaureate. No new resources are required, and the estimate through combined tuition and formula funding will be it eventually generates about $1.3 million a year.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 10.
We have a number of requested approvals for leaves of absence. These have been approved administratively by the President and Chancellor and recommended to you. I will note there's a pretty large number of these. Many of these are a backlog, and you'll note they have an international component, and now with easing of restrictions on COVID and host institutions willing to work with faculty, we've got a bit of a backlog coming through here.
I know, doesn't match my item.
Yeah, so item number 10 should be the naming of the TTU Center Entrepreneurship. That one you have?
That's
Okay.
correct.
So Mr. Kramer will
Mr.
present that
Kramer's
one.
next.
If that's all right. I think we have some slides to show.
So those will come up momentarily.
Should I sing? Or?
You can start. They're transitioning between Zoom and the live stream. So
Perfect. There we go. It's right up there. So on behalf of Texas Tech University, Byron Kennedy's office, who works on this particular gift, I'm happy to talk about right now the approving of the naming of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Family Business, be known as the Alderson and Griffin Center for Family Business and Entrepreneurship. Now let's talk a little bit about, if I can get the next slide, please. So the center is going to be located within the Rawls College of Business. As you can see, it's a collaboration with various system colleges and departments across the campus. And talk a little bit about the 2 families that have been involved with this. David and Lisa Alderson made a generous gift of $1.75 million to support this. David currently serves on the Texas Tech Foundation Board of Directors. As we know, Regent Griffin and Claudia, you can see they also made a very generous gift to this as well. And Mark serves as a regent, and I believe this is his 2nd time serving, so thank you for your service there. So let's go into a little bit about these families, which it's interesting to do some research on. So I'm going to start with the Griffin family. So Bobby Rip Griffin opened the first Rip Griffin truck stop in 1964 that is now on the spot where the Cast Iron Grill is in Lubbock, Texas. He was an avid baseball fan, sponsored the Hubbard Baseball Club for many years, sponsoring tournaments in town, which also generated more people coming into Lubbock. I always like to highlight when someone makes their first gift, and Regent Griffin made his first gift after law school of a strong, solid $25 in 1983 as being a new, young law school graduate. So we appreciate that long service towards...
That was more expensive then than it is now.
So the Alderson family, and again, we got this off of a podcast that David did. They came from the state of Tennessee, so his grandfather and father came to Lubbock, Texas from Tennessee, where he said they were moonshiners. We don't have any history on that, but that was in his podcast. But what they did is grandfather and father opened up the first Alderson Cadillac in 1949, elevating the city with some luxury cars that I don't believe were there in the past. And so after 71 years and 3 generations of running a business in Lubbock, they decided to sell and close out the business. David also was very generous in the very beginning, made a $125 gift in 1994, which was his first gift back to Texas Tech University. So with that, I would like to ask for the authorizing the name of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Family Business to be known as the Alderson and Griffin Center for Family Business and Entrepreneurship.
Gladly make that motion.
And a strong second.
I really hope there's no one opposed. All in favor?
Aye.
And please let the record reflect that my name and my weakened balance sheet are abstaining from this.
Well, the motion passes.
Okay, and then just real quick, because I wanted to make sure we could get it into the record and done here at the podium, but to recognize the generous gift from Rick and Ginger Francis that we celebrated today, and that is to be known as the L. Frederick Francis Graduate School of Biomedical Research. And I want to make sure that Andrea Tani, who's not in the room, but Dr. Lang, y'all did a great job on this gift process and that celebration, so thank you so much. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Dr. D'Agostino, please present item number 11.
Good morning. So item number 11 is TTU HSC's request to approve changes in academic rank. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank effective September 1, 2022 for the faculty listed below in your agenda book.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Please proceed to item number 12.
Thank you. Item number 12 is our request for approval for changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank and granting of tenure effective September 1, 2022 for the faculty listed below.
Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to item number 13.
Item number 13 is our request for approving and granting of tenure. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure effective February 24th, 2022 to the faculty listed below.
Any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Please proceed to 14.
Item number 14 is the request for approval for appointment with tenure of Dr. Lance Mcmahon. Before we get started, Lance, I would like to thank you personally for trudging through the snow, getting stuck in ice, and stranded at an airport from your scientific conference to get here from Mardi Gras in New Orleans. So, in all honesty, I am honored to present Dr. Mcmahon to this board. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve the granting of tenure to Lance Mcmahon, Ph.D., concurrent with his appointment as professor in the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences in the Jerry H. Hodge School of Pharmacy at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, effective today, February 24th, 2022. Dr. Mcmahon has a consistent record of significant accomplishments during his career. He comes to TTU HSC with more than 9 years of combined service as a tenured faculty member. His first tenured appointment was as an associate professor in the Department of Pharmacology at the University of Texas Health Sciences Center in San Antonio. He held that appointment for 5 years, and in 2017, he was recruited to the University of Florida, where he served as professor with tenure and chair of the Department of Pharmacodynamics. His record of accomplishments and performance were exemplary at these institutions. Dr. McMahon earned his Doctor of Philosophy in Behavioral and Cellular Neurosciences from Texas A&M University in '97. Since that time, his research career has focused extensively on pharmacological and preclinical modeling aspects of drug delivery and discovery. His current research integrates principles of behavior and receptor theory to identify central nervous system mechanisms responsible for therapeutic and adverse effects of a range of drugs in a range of classes of medications. Dr. McMahon has been continuously funded by the National Institutes of Health for 19 years, beginning in 2003, and he's had a total of $22 million in principal as a principal investigator granted to him. Additionally, he has published 118 peer-reviewed papers focusing on central nervous system drugs. In addition to his appointment as professor within the TTU-HSC Jerry H. Hodge School of Pharmacy, Dr. McMahon has served as TTU-HSC's Senior Vice President for Research and Innovation since December 1, 2021. Dr. McMahon is recommended for the award of tenure with his appointment for qualifications meriting tenure in accordance with the school tenure and promotion policies and standards and guidelines.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you. With this approval of tenure and with the tenure approved today, this brings the tenured faculty for the academic schools at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center to 158. There are a total of 208 faculty either in the tenured track or tenured. After these appointments, the percentage of our tenure track converting to tenure is 76%. Currently, we have in our non-tenure track 541 individuals. So, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lane.
Yes, ma'am. The Chancellor concurs with my recommendation that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank effective September 1st, 2022 to the faculty listed below in your agenda book.
Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 16.
Yes, ma'am. The Chancellor concurs with my recommendation that the Board of Regents approve the Hunt School of Dental Medicine's Practice Income Plan bylaws. These bylaws govern the membership, organization, trust fund, and general management of the practice plan income for Texas Tech University Health Sciences and El Paso Hunt School of Dental Medicine. These proposed bylaws were approved by the Dean of the Dental School and the AVP for compliance, and the bylaws will be effective March 1st, 2022.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. Next, the Audit Committee will meet. Regent Steinmetz serves as the chair and Regent Acosta serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Steinmetz, please begin the Audit Committee meeting.
Yes, sir. The Audit Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 18th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Hearing a motion in a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries. Mrs. Turner, would you please present item number 1?
Yes, thank you. Before I begin the report on audits for this board meeting, I'd like to recognize and thank one of our dedicated staff members. Christy Escada, will you please stand up? Christy has been with the Texas Tech University. She didn't know we were going to do this, by the way. Christy has been with the Texas Tech University System Office of Audit Services in El Paso since 2010 when we opened this audit office. Christy currently serves as the audit director. She was the original audit manager in this office when we had a 2-person shop. She is a certified internal auditor, a certified fraud examiner, and a certified governmental audit professional. Before joining the system, she earned her Bachelor of Business Administration and Accounting and her Master's of Accountancy from UTEP. Her internal audit experience includes 12 years in higher education, 4 years in local government, and we're so grateful for everything she does for our team and the system. And she did all of this while raising 2 sons. One is now working in El Paso, the other is serving our country and attending basic training right now. Chancellor?
Yes, I would really like to add, Christy also has stepped up to lead the audit team here at a time when we really needed some help recently, and has done a remarkable job. Not only is she instrumental in what we do here for the Health Sciences Center, but she's very involved in the local community of folks related to audit. She is currently the founding president of the El Paso area chapter of Certified Fraud Examiners and is serving as their president still. And she has also served as the president, vice president, and board member of the El Paso chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors. So she's done a remarkable job, and as I said, she has stepped up at a time when we really need some help. Thank you, Christy.
We are so fortunate to have Christy. I'm going to make some remarks today about the construction audit program we have in place. This partnership originally started in 2012. We started with 2 construction firms and expanded to 3. And it's very timely because this program is almost exactly 10 years old right now. You can see some of the goals of this program. FP&C, it maximizes their stewardship of institutional funds for the construction projects they're working on through this program. The cost control, managing fiscal obligations, ensuring contractor cost transparency, very important, and then just better decision-making and contributing to public accountability. This program involves a 2-step process, 2 tiers, we call them. With few exceptions, all projects managed by FP&C are scrubbed and audited under this 2-tier model. Tier 1 is performed by FP&C Assistant Director, so an employee within FP&C. They scrub every pay application against a spreadsheet model of the contract, and the Senior Director of Budget and Finance, Chris Kerbo, devised this program, this portion of the model 10 years ago. They've consistently refined and improved their processes as well. They're reviewing all supporting documentation that comes in with each change order. This could be hundreds of pages. Each pay application every month could be hundreds of pages of information, including certified payroll, change orders, materials charges, subcontractor billings, bidding documents, certificates of insurance, and the like. In addition to the contract monitoring, this group also works on other aspects of the business like reviewing RFPs, contract administration, GMP submissions, maintaining a database of costs for trend analysis, and then also handling FP&C's operational budget. This group is the magic that makes the Texas Tech model different from any that I've heard of at any other institutions. And I've had the question before, if we have this robust process under Tier 1, why are we still hiring audit firms for the Tier 2 audits? And the answer is, these 2 groups approach the work from completely different vantage points. The auditors, our Tier 2 independent audit firms, their starting point for doing their work is the job cost ledger, which they obtain from each contractor on the job. Those job cost ledgers include all costs accumulated by the contractor related to that work. And seeing the charges to the project from inside the contractor's accounting system allows them to audit some of the more complex charges that can be used to hide additional profit within construction projects. Internal insurance programs, subcontractor selection and billing processes, self-performed work that's done by the contractor, bond rates, insurance rates and calculations, general and subcontractor labor burdens, and the list goes on, a lot of different things. Generally, the independent auditors are performing their work in 3 phases, unless it's a very small, quick project, in case there might just be 2. They do pre-construction cost review. So as the cost proposals come in related to a contract, these firms are scrubbing those, comparing them to their industry knowledge and experience, and making suggestions for improved rates in some cases. They also then do an audit at the 50% construction completion mark, so they can see the first half of the job, how are the billings coming in accordance with the contract, and then they do a closeout audit at the substantial completion mark as well. Whatever findings they have, and you receive these audits in your board book as each one is finalized, I'm tracking along with FP&C to make sure that whatever cost savings are identified do come back to the project. All cost savings go back to the department, college, school, and university that's funding that project. Neither my office nor FP&C keeps any portion of that. It's all cost savings to the institutions. This is the financial impact of this program over the 10-year life. Over the past decade, you can see that, it's not evenly dispersed every year. The gray portion of each line is the Tier 1 rejected costs, so the ones that FP&C's cost scrubbing comes up with. The red line is the independent audit findings. And the reason they're so not even throughout the years, sometimes the project is finished in a later fiscal year, but a lot of the internal work is happening in an earlier fiscal year, and so that's what you're seeing here. But the total of this over the life of this, Tier 1 and Tier 2, has resulted in cost avoidance or cost savings of $14,282,000. That's about 1% of overall construction expenditures over this decade we're talking about. The ROI for the Tier 2 portion on those audit fees is 104.5%. So for every dollar we spend in audit fees, we get back over $2 in recoveries. In addition to the cost savings, there's also been a really big qualitative impact. We told these audit firms from the very beginning, and we continue to have this in mind, we tell them if you see operational enhancements that Texas Tech needs to implement to improve our work, we want to hear about those. There have been a number of operational enhancements to FP&C's business practices over the years. Things like reviewing the workflows in eBuilder, which is their cost system that they use in FP&C for projects, improved standardization of pay applications, consistency in general conditions within contracts, nailing down allowables for contractor fee, change order routing, and there's a whole long list here, and not the least of which is improvements in the language in contracts, RFPs, RFQs, and other documents that are used by in these construction projects. Another real benefit that we've seen is our construction partners are improving their own processes. They understand that if they do work at Texas Tech, they're going to be audited, and we've seen real improvement in those construction partner transparency and their own accounting processes over the years as well. And then these audit firms are happy to talk with FP&C, consulting on new situations, things that come up. The best example of that I've seen is recently a contractor billed for additional COVID costs for work that was done during the height of the pandemic and the shutdown, and that wasn't in the contract because the contract was issued before COVID was a thing. Our FP&C folks were able to go to one of these CPA firms and say, or I'm sorry, not CPA firms, construction audit firms, some of them are CPAs and some not, and get their opinion, are these costs legit? Is this something that you're seeing in the industry? And they confirmed yes, that those were costs that they were seeing coming in on other projects as well. Last but not least, we have in mind future enhancements as well. Whenever we were preparing to issue the RFP for construction audit services a couple of months ago, Noelle Sloan called me and said, hey, can we include our AVP for operations on the team that's selecting these audit firms, because we think we want to utilize some of these services on the projects managed in-house. And we were happy to include Sean Childers in those. And they're interested, as well as Ms. Valencia Scanes let me know that El Paso may be interested in doing some work in this area as well. I think it would be really beneficial. And last, this model is unique in higher education. Just in the last 6 months, Billy and I have met with the auditors and FP&C groups at Florida A&M University, University of Arkansas System, and Oklahoma State University, who are all contemplating having a program like this. A lot of schools contract for external audits of their construction projects, but what makes this different is the internal piece that FP&C has in place and the collaborative work that they do with these construction auditors. We're really seeing both sides of that have a significant impact. Are there any questions on this program or in anything in our board report?
Yeah, I think Mark and I have a question. We have this new foundation, the Red Raider Facilities Foundation, that's outside the university. And so I'm assuming that it will not fall under your purview, but I think we would like to know that they have the benefit of your experience, your team's experience. Is there a way that we can engage your organization to help that foundation, because they don't really have the scale or the history to have the kind of audit expertise that your firm or your organization brings to bear? Have we considered at all how your team might help? I mean, while that is in a foundation outside of the university, we're very concerned that our donors that are contributing into the foundation, their funds are stewarded in the way that we trust they are inside of the university. Maybe this is just a question for you to really take some time to research how your organization might help that foundation and reassure the board that donors that we're directing to that foundation can be assured that their funds are being taken care of as well as they would inside the university.
Mm-hmm. Our office would technically not have that foundation under our purview because it's not underneath the Texas Tech umbrella, if you will. That foundation can certainly contract with these audit firms, just as the Texas Tech system has. They would be able to do the same kind of work there. I can't answer the question about whether the FP&C portion might be able to be utilized or not. That's sort of, I haven't been involved in any of the discussions about this foundation, so I'm not sure if the system is going to be providing other services or not.
Yeah, I wonder if we might not even just have some consulting, even if it's pro bono, to the foundation to really say, this is how I would set it up, this is how I think you need, because I think the board, or at least from this chair of the board, I think we want to make sure that donors that are giving to the foundation are taken care of just as well as they were if they were coming into our institution, because in a large extent, we're endorsing that foundation. If not legally, we certainly are, politically endorsing that foundation operates to the same standards that the university does. So I think, the charge might be, over the next few months, could you look at how your organization might help that foundation?
Yes, I'll engage in conversations with the Chancellor's Office, General Counsel, and FP&C and others, and we'll figure out where the lines are and what we might be able to do to help.
Did you have some? I can't imagine you don't have something to say.
I mean, I think that as this organization grows on this side, and this is really a question more for Eric, being able to do something consultatively where you can still maintain arm's length from an organizational standpoint. So we can talk offline.
Okay.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Kim. Are there any questions or comments pertaining to this item as presented? Hearing none, I'll just conclude by saying thank you to Kim and her entire team. As she mentioned, this program saved a little over $14 million, and for every dollar spent, we get a couple back. And so I know when we started this program some time ago, there was questions surrounding whether or not it would be able to cover itself. And to Regent Womble, I hope there is a way that we can assist a foundation that clearly is set up to benefit the university and the university system as a whole. So, Kim, I appreciate all that you do, and I know I speak on behalf of the entire board that we appreciate the work that your entire team does. So, with that said, Mr. Chairman, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Regent Steinmetz. The Facilities Committee will now convene. Regent Womble serves as chair, and Regent Griffin serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Womble, please begin the Facilities Committee meeting.
The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 18th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Kramer, please begin with item number 1.
Great, thank you. So I'll start with, on behalf of Angelo State University and Jamie Aiken's office, the next item that's going to come up on the screen will represent that. So we're here to approve the naming of a planned bell tower on the Angelo State University campus to be known as the Housley Tower. This is where the physical location will be on the campus. Let's talk a little bit about the donors that have participated on this. So Mona Housley made this generous commitment to support the Angelo State University in honor of her late husband, Robert Bob Housley, and as you can see, a pillar of Angelo, San Angelo community. Just to walk through some of the timeline, you can see back in 1957 where he participated in a monumental activity in Little Rock, Arkansas, and then in 1976 is when he actually moved his family to San Angelo and started business there in 1980 with a considerable communication business there. You can see that he supported and has always supported that community. ASU will honor this contribution, the naming, the placed on the bell tower and the project. It's not in progress right now, but looks to be completed in April of 2023. So let's talk a little bit more about the family. I love this quote because Mona and Bob Housley were high school sweethearts, married in 1958. Were married for 64 years until Bob's passing in December of 2020. One of the interesting things about him is that he was a private pilot all the way up until he was late into his 80s. Just one of the other significant things when we look at a bell tower that could be added to the campus, that will forever change the landscape of that campus. Again, I think a very significant gift that will go along with the rest of that Angelo campus. So we're here to make a recommendation to approve the naming of the planned bell tower on the Angelo State University campus to be known as the Housley Tower. The donor concurs with the naming of the structure. Signage for the structure will specify the approved name.
Are there any questions? This tower is still in the planning process at this point in time.
Correct.
Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 2.
Morning, sir. Item number 2 for Texas Tech. So authorize the expenditures for the Academic Science Building Project and accept the CMR's GMP for bid package 1A. This is for direct bury utilities. As a reminder, the project site sits off right in the main campus, historical part of our campus. This is kind of a closer up site plan of the building as we are planning to start construction. I do get a lot of questions on, the tunnel system at Texas Tech. How much tunnel is there and who maintains that? So we tried to show a little bit of the tunnel structure in the red lines. With the HSC tunnels, that's about 2 miles. And then also on the Texas Tech, it's about 7 miles. So Penny and Noel's teams maintain about 9 miles of tunnels on the campus. And I'm showing the location of the tunnel tie-in right there. And usually what we do is we start with the building construction, and we see the demand of the heating and the cooling system. We use a hydronic model to determine the pipe size and where we want to tie in. So you can see right here, this is the piping system, and we're going to tie it up by Carpenter Wells and make a run. It's 1,600 foot for each pipe. There's 4 pipes. We have a steam pipe that's 8 inches, that's schedule 40. That's going to carry 350 degree, 80-pound steam. Then we have a condensate return pipe. After the steam loses its latent energy, then it'll convert to condensate. It's 4-inch schedule 80. Then we have a chilled water supply that's going to supply the cooling of the building. That's 10-inch schedule 40. And then the chilled water return, another 10-inch schedule 40 pipe. That pipe comes in 40-foot lengths, and I'm going to show you here in just a second a little bit about what that system takes. You can see we have expansion loops in the piping. That's for the steam pipe as it grows and contracts. And we also have down at the very bottom of the page, you can see a future tie-in location for a possible future building. So this is the actual location we're going to make the tunnel tie-in on the right. You can see that's all the tunnels are different sizes and look a little bit different, but this is the actual place where we're going to make the tie-in. The tunnel section on the left, you can see how we make the tie-ins and then we come out. This tunnel is about 15 foot deep, 6 foot wide. We'll probably have a little bit of asbestos abatement to go along with that. We'll shut the systems down, cool them down, make the tie-ins, and then get out of the tunnel. That's a precast, and it's also going to be a little bit of pour in place also to create that tunnel. So it's pretty good size, a lot of work in the tunnel just to get out and get running. So this is just an example of what it looks like on the direct bury piping. As you can see, it's not just running irrigation or PVC piping. This is a pre-insulated, pre-engineered piping system that comes insulated. In the right-hand picture, you can see that little gap on that bottom. That's where they'll actually butt weld the pipe out in the field. Like I said, they're 40-foot joints. Then they'll take a sleeve. They'll put the sleeve on there. They'll inject some foam into that, and then they'll also do a shrink wrap cover on that. It's a HPD. It's just a plastic insulation sleeve on that. So that sits in about a 4-foot deep ditch. It's got sand base, which you can see on the left, and also on the left you can see the expansion joints that we're doing. So the scope of services, trenching and placement of 4-pipe hydronic thermal utility system, which includes 10-inch chilled water system, 10-inch chilled water return, 8-inch steam line, 4-inch condensate return. The individual utility service lines are approximately 1,600 foot each. And the piping starts at the new connection in the existing tunnel between the Carpenter Wells and the Experimental Science Building 2. Then runs south, we'll go through some parking lots to come into the building. So this is just, if you remember back in November, the board gave us authorizations to do bid pack 1. That was to get all the utilities out from underneath the footprint of the building. That was LP&L, AT&T, some water lines, some irrigation lines to move it out. This is our next phase of trying to get the hydronic piping system started. And then the future, hopefully in May, we'll come back with a GMP to start construction. So the additional request is the $4.7 million that you can see up there. The majority of that's 3.5 in construction. The professional services, that's actually commissioning. It's time to put our commissioning agent on board. The commissioning agent is really an engineering group that provides quality control for us, the owner, and they work in the pre-design and also through the construction phase to make sure all the systems that are designed in the building operate as they're planned and designed. So it's just another quality control. It's actually required by the state code. So that's another asset we're asking. So the revised budget is for the $15.488 million. So the recommendations, approve expenditures of the $4.7 million for a total of the $15.5 for the Academic Science Building Project and an anticipated budget of $100 million. Accept the GMP for construction of bid pack 1A direct bury utilities. Amend the CM at risk agreement for the execution of bid pack 1 direct bury. Expenditures be funded the same way they have been in the past, sir. That's the recommendation.
Are there any questions for Billy? Do I hear a motion to approve the item?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Reed,
befo-
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask you to present your construction project report.
Sure. So I want to talk a little bit about the market we're in before we get to some specific projects. And I kind of wanted to talk about those 4 items that I have up on the board. Labor costs, labor shortages, and most of the conversations I have that have to deal with projects, I had some last night and some today about, the market and the strain that we have on the market. Obviously, 2021 was an unprecedented year. We all had high hopes that Q1 of 2022, we would see some relief, not only in labor, but also in material costs as people came back to work, inventories increased, and production started. But we're not seeing that. So I want to talk a little bit about what we're seeing. So on the labor side of that, the USA Today actually reported there were 1.7 available positions per jobless person, people in December of 2021. So we had basically 6.3 unemployed with 10.9 million openings. So there's lots of openings, lots of people posting openings. It's hard to find people to get back to work. In the Texas construction labor market, we're seeing average growth, but we're still not up to pre-pandemic numbers. So contractors, subcontractors, their biggest challenge is finding people, getting people to do the work and also getting supplies that are being manufactured in the plants. The AGC, which is the Association of General Contractors, reports 74% of the firms are planning to hire in 2022, so the optimism is very, very high. Construction labor production is down. When you talk to most contractors, they're overstaffing all their projects due to absenteeism and basically just people not showing up or quitting, getting better work. So this is kind of a interesting story about how to retain employees. Very large mechanical contracting firm in the state of Texas has 240 men union on one project, 240 on another down in Austin. 12-hour days, 7 days a week. So if they stay the whole month, they also get a $3,500 a month stipend just to stay. So guys are making a lot of money. So architectural billings are up, means more work's coming, and the contractors are very confident in what's coming up. So we still have a lot of work to do to get people to cover our projects and to get people to work on our jobs. Construction cost, 20% is what we saw in 2021 for materials increase. Probably 60% of the jobs materials, 40s labor. Inflation, 7.5%. Infrastructure bill, it's coming. That's going to top a lot of people and a lot of products. Materials and availability. This last job we just talked about, the materials doubled in less than 2 months. So that's that underground piping. So if we look at steel, up 127% in the last 12 months. Aluminum, 29% in the last 12 months. Stainless steel, 45% in the last 12 months. Lumber's all over the place. 4-inch PVC pipe, pre-pandemic's $1.40 a foot. It is now 10 foot. Electrical conduit, 4-inch, the kind that you can bend, was $5 a foot. Now it's 15. So a lot of prices. It's hard to get materials to the job. So contractors, subcontractors, like I said, with the hard part was just getting people there. They're very, very busy. If you look in the Lubbock market alone for work, Leprino Foods, 850,000 square foot facility, $900 million, 600 people. That hurts. You've got ISD projects, UMC Hospital, you've got Covenant going up. So our market with our subcontractor base is struggling in Lubbock, Texas. So what do we do about it? You know, we have to have lots of good conversation, lots of transparency with the owners, design teams, contractors. What are your inventories? What are your deliverables? Value engineering efforts, risk, schedule impacts, alternate considerations. What other materials can we use? Creativity and design. One thing that we're doing, our roof insulation that we use, 52 weeks for delivery. So we're trying to use other materials that are approved. So anyway, it's kind of tough, but we're going to endure that. And so let's talk about some good stuff. Let's talk about our project. So we have the Dr. Robert Neff and Louise Wilson wing. That's the East Addition on the Museum at Tech. You can see the steel's going up. The steel's completed, which is a great thing. Got some floors to pour, and then we've got a mud slab going down in the basement. So got a little concrete coming up, and but everything else is doing good. So no money being moved. Cotton classing office, if you've seen that out across from Rawls Golf, this is a project that we are just providing the on-site management, P&C for the USDA. So you can see the building there. This equipment on the left is the conveyance equipment for all the samples. This facility will process 60 to 70,000 samples a day. So coming from the gens, cotton comes through here, picked up by a high velocity instrument that does all the grading. So that project's doing good. HSC Dallas Southwest Professional Building. This is the 7th floor of the HSC building. As you can see, it's completed. We completed that in November. One of the things I want to talk about was the substantial completion date. That's going to move. It was May. As you can see in our building, we've got a nice pretty red stripe in the middle of the building. That's where Parkland is. Parkland had their lease agreement extended, and that's where we're trying to remove all the windows. You can see the windows that were replaced. We're having to wait till Parkland vacates the building before we can finish. So that's going to push that project back about 6 months. So it looks good. You can see the progress we've made. So I think Lori Rice, you've been the last month or so. So it's looking really good. So that's my report, unless you have a question.
Billy, with these unprecedented cost increases, how do we balance that against our HEAF funding, which is static, but we've got these cost run-ups? Who manages that, and what do we, that delta, how do you manage around that? Is it out of our pocket, or do we go back to the funding agencies to
we have a budget.
revise?
Yeah, we have a budget, and it's a set budget. And so we are working with with Noel's group, the president, and his operations teams too. There's going to have to be some give and take. I mean, we're not going to get as much building or the amenities in a building like we were normally going to get. That's part of that communication with our contractor. They've got to come up with some really good ideas. In Regent Griffin, it's like this floor or the terrazzo floor you see in the lobby of this building, that might be concrete instead of terrazzo flooring. So there is going to be some give and take on what we can accomplish in these buildings. It's not going to get any better anytime soon. So to keep these on schedule and in progress, we're just going to have to roll up our sleeves and go to work. I'm trying to get a lot of subcontractors, even outside of our area, to come in and bid this work. We've got to build some kind of competitive market. But like when you're talking about materials, one of the largest electrical contractors in the state, I heard them talk the other day. In 2021, they had 6 increases on materials every 2 months. And every increase averaged, all those 6 averaged 11%. So he's already building into his cost modeling for 2022, every 2 months, 11%. That's 66% on materials. So there is a struggle. The contractors and subcontractors have huge risk on the table when they give you a price. We've had one major sub walk off the job, steel guy, on a different project, but we just have to use contingency and keep moving. We've had to look at bar joists. Bar joists are up 400% in price, but they're almost a year out because these big boxes are getting them. So instead of using bar joists, we're using beams. That's our only choice to keep a schedule on. So unfortunately, there's just a huge demand. There's so much work out there. We just don't have the people or the materials to get it in. So we just have to get very, very creative in what we're doing. We've got good teams, good designers, good contractors, great partners with these folks out here. So we just have to roll up our sleeves and go to work.
And Regent Griffin, I mean, the bad news is we're given budgets, and they're doing everything they can within that. Good news is every state agency is dealing with this. So the cacophony of complaints in Austin is going to be uniform from everybody. In addition to that, we also have, from a GR standpoint, 2 additional overlays of bureaucracy that have been put on since the last session to oversee higher education facilities. One's through the comptroller's office and one's through a separate commission. And we don't know exactly yet how that's going to play out. They're still trying to figure it out. So so what that will do is just delay the timing of when you can put things up. Problem with that is the delay on this, as Billy's pointed out, the longer you delay, the more expensive it gets. I did get this note from Dr. Lang while you were presenting, Billy. It says, we have a more robust construction workforce in El Paso. Just move all your buildings to El Paso.
Well,
Just trying to be a system solution.
thank you, sir. But, you know, I do want you to know, like on this building that you're looking at right here, we had significant savings in our buyout process. And so we're actually getting to do other additional work on this building in Dallas, replacing all the lighting in the parking garage, a new fire pump, a new generator, which is about 49 weeks to get a generator. We're doing a lot of electrical work, and there's some sanitary sewer work that wasn't planned in the original building. Midland's the same way. We've got money available there that we're actually getting to fill some of the HSC needs as we move forward. So it's, you know, we bought a lot of those jobs out early. That's one of our strategies, buy it as quick as we can. You've got to get it through design, but it's what some of these bid packages that we're doing, that's what we're trying to do. But there are other projects, you know, all of our projects are doing well. I'm very pleased with that, and we're actually seeing some savings. It's as we move forward, like the academic science building, it's a challenge, and we've got a lot of work coming up. It's a challenge, but we're going to get through it. I don't mean to be gloom and doom all the time. We got great things going on. Any other questions? Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Breedlove. Mr. Womble, do you have any other further?
No, sir, that concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you. Our final committee meeting today is the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Walker serves as the chair, and Regent Campbell serves as vice chair of that committee. With Mr. Gary Barnes retiring soon, this is likely one of his last board meetings with us. Regent Walker, I believe we will have an opportunity to recognize Mr. Barnes for his service to the TTU system, after which we will continue with the Finance and Investment Committee meeting.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. The Chancellor talked earlier about all of Gary Barnes' contributions, and obviously he's looking forward to a well-deserved retirement after 45 years of work in two systems. And I know personally, particularly over the last 2 years, I worked quite closely with Gary, and we probably, at times we're talking daily, at times it might be every 2 weeks, but we've been in close communications. And I particularly appreciate all his hard work, and there are other people involved in it as we evaluated our investments, which are extremely valuable to not only the system, but to all the components of the system and how we could improve those. And Gary and others spent a lot of time on that, and it's working. And you're going to see that it's working in a report that we're going to give later on. But not only has he done a great job of overseeing the finances of our system, I very much appreciate the fact that we retain a AA+ credit rating that gives us some financing alternatives that are superb. And he's on top of all the issues that I think are facing our institutions financially. So I know I'm going to miss him. And, you know, for other board members, you need to know that the system has launched a search to find a replacement. But I think, you know, Billy was talking about hard to find things. Trying to replace Gary Barnes is going to be extremely hard to find, and We appreciate you very much. Gary, are there any remarks that you'd like to make?
Thank you very much, Chairman Walker, and thank you, Chancellor, for your kind comments. I think you need to be a little careful of giving someone the mic when they're walking out the back door. So again, thank you very much. I do have a few remarks, but what I'd like to do just a moment is to introduce my wife, Cindy. She's here. You know the saying, behind any man, good or bad, you've got an outstanding support person, and that would be Cindy. Couple of things on that, just to be sure publicly, I state that I'm aware of next week. On Tuesday will be our 36th wedding anniversary, so just wanted to let you know, Cindy, I'm aware of that. You know, in her career, she has had a very impactful career in higher education. She's had 34 years in higher education, 6 at West Texas A&M University, 9 years at the Health Science Center, all focused on student success, where she was the inaugural director of the Student Academic Advising Center. So again, thank you very much, Cindy, for your support. You know, I've been very blessed to have many opportunities in my 45-year career, but as I reflect on that, that is absolutely due to dedicated team of individuals, leaders, and employees who are committed to providing the best opportunities for our students. Just as I reflect back on my time at the Texas Tech University system, congratulations, Dr. Lane. What a success naming opportunity that you've had this morning. Unbelievable what we've been able to do here in El Paso. We've also set up 2 new schools, the dental school and the vet school. In higher education, to be able to do that is seldom an opportunity for leadership to do that, but we've done 2 here very recently in the Texas Tech University system. Enrollment is an all-time high, even in the COVID umbrella that we're still working on. We have a $1.7 billion endowment. Support of our donors unprecedented, and our strong investment strategy that the board has worked very hard to put in place. As Regent Walker talked about, the highest bond raising that we have, other than the rating that is reserved for the state of Texas and the UT system and A&M system, there is not another public institution in Texas that has the highest bond rating that we have. We're the only one in that. And to welcome another institution within the Texas Tech University family, Midwestern State, unbelievable success and accomplishments, and truly is due to the leadership support from the board, from the presidents, and from all the institutions on that. So one person doesn't get to do that. I'm just so thankful and blessed to have been allowed to be part of the team that we have seen the success and accomplishments we have at the Texas Tech University system in a relatively short period of time. So thank you very much.
Gary, and thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on November 18th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Barnes, please present item 1 on the agenda.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 1 and item number 2 have to do with rule amendments and changes. I think at this point, too, I need to recognize the interaction of the Regent Rule committees that have reviewed these. Chairman Griffin chairs those committees. And I think the members on the committee is chair of Mark Griffin, includes Ginger Carrick Davis, Pat Gordon, and John Steinmetz. So these are the changes to the rules that are presented in your packet today. There's a summary of those particular changes, and then in the tab portion at your included in your agenda book are the red line versions. I want to just briefly go through some of these at a high level. You have the summary in there. First couple of items are just reflective of standard language that we need to update. There's the deletion of a certification that's no longer required because we're not subject to the Texas Bond Review Board. So that's just updating antiquated language. The fourth bullet item, I think we talked just a little bit about that. From time to time, the board has reviewed their delegated budgetary authority and have increased that. So we're requesting an increase from the 1 million to the 2 million. You see on the screen the history that the board has used in evaluating those budgetary thresholds. I think the first one was in 2001 when we actually formalized some of these rules. We had 2 institutions, budget of $735 million. At that threshold level was $250,000. You can see the different increases over the years. Even when you look at the last proposed FY22, we have 5 institutions, $2.5 billion, $2 million threshold. That's still less than 1% with regards to budgetary authority. So Regent Griffin, as we've talked a little bit about that, would defer to you for any more comments or questions.
I know there's been, we had discussion amongst the committee relative to that, and other interested board members weighed in on that particular issue. The recommendations that are coming out of this are the unanimous recommendations of the committee. However, that's a separate special purpose committee, so not all the board was privy to the conversations. We tried to get these out and be as specific as we can, and with regard to that particular line item, moving it from $1 million to $2 million, when you look at the grand scope, the first thought is, well, we're abdicating some responsibility here to be good stewards. You could also make the argument that it's less than 1% of the budget that we are responsible for. Is it appropriate to look at those particular line items as they come forward? In my discussions with Gary, I also ask that there be notice provided to the Chancellor and to the board on those items. The committee was comfortable with the bump as it relates to our responsibilities, but also we wanted to be made aware of those as they were presented and approved. So those are my comments. I would invite anyone else that was on the committee, if they want to weigh in on that particular or any of the other provisions that you've covered so far, Gary, as it relates to the Regent rules.
Yes, sir.
And we're only talking about item 1
That's
right
correct.
now.
Hey, I have a question, just a high level question, and then a couple of questions specific to this. But the Rules Committee is, so I guess a couple meetings ago, we changed the committees to where it's not just a certain set of the full board, but all the committees are the full board, the main committees. But the Rules Committee is just 4 regents. Why is that committee different than the other committees? Why is the Rules Committee different than the other committees?
Regent Campbell, the Rules Committee is a special committee of the board, as outlined in Chapter 1 of the Regents' Rules. The board from time to time adopts special committees, and the Rules Committee is one such committee. And you're correct, the composition is 4 members.
So that one's just, we handled that one differently than the other ones, I guess. So, okay, that makes sense. My comments on this are really just following up on what Regent Griffin just said, is that, we have a fiduciary duty, and this is in section 701 of this fiscal management chapter, is that we have the responsibility of fiduciary in the administration of all funds subject to the control and management of the system. And I think we need to take it very seriously, because I think we all just need to be reminded that we're talking about taxpayer money here. We're talking about student tuition money here. This is, these are precious funds, and we owe them a tremendous duty of diligence and care. and we should be really careful about them. And this is a big deal. It's not something that should just be done on a whim. I think that's the first point I'd like to make, is I just think this is a serious move, and we're doubling the leeway that we're going to give here, and the change it's not just a change in section 712, which is what we're talking about here, or 704, but it's also in section 712 with respect to how much leeway we're given in terms of changes to the budget. Another thing I'd like to ask, I guess, just point of clarification, is that, let's see, I'm flipping through it real quick, but so the way that this is written is that currently we have to approve any contract that has a value of $1 million or more. But now we have changed the to where it's a per annum, so you could have a lengthier contract that's smaller in amount per year, and so we wouldn't have to approve that. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
Regent Campbell, that's correct. That lines up with the required $1 million budgeted approval that board has to do, which was implemented in House Bill 20. So that's just to align the same language with the statute.
So technically you could have a contract that's 10 years long and $9 million, but it's just $900,000 a year. So we would not have to approve that.
No, you still have approval based on the length of the contract. So if you have a contract that is less than $1 million per year, but it extends more than the 4 to 5 years, then you still have to have board approval. So you still have the oversight of the board based on the dollar amount as well as based on the time and the term. So those are still in there, and that hasn't changed.
And what is the time or term limitation?
4 years.
4 years. So somebody could come in with a $3.6 million contract over 4 years, $900,000 a year, and that could be signed without Regent approval, without board approval.
And that has been in place since 2008, updated for Senate Bill 20. So we're just clarifying that that's an annual $1 million to line up with SB 20 statute.
But currently, it's set, our Regent rules are set so that we approve any contract with a total value of more than $1 million, correct?
The total value of more than $1 million, that's correct, regardless of the term.
Okay, so we're actually, this does give, it's not just, we're raising it from $1 million to $2 million or whatever we're doing. We're actually giving quite a bit more leeway, because you could have a lengthy contract that falls just under $1 million, 4-year contract, 5 years, whatever.
And really, those are two separate things. One is a budgetary review from 1 million to 2 million, and the other part is the contracting. Those haven't changed the required board approval. It's just clarifying the language and lining that up with Senate Bill 20 language. So that approval requirement of the board on a contract does not change.
Okay.
So those are two separate items in there. So you have that right when you look at 712 versus the budgetary suggestion here for the rule change.
Okay. I think that, the second point I'd like to make here is that, aside from our fiduciary duty, I guess, is that, essentially what we're doing here is we are abdicating some authority. We're giving authority to staff. And we're saying, okay, you guys, take some of the board authority, and, you have now control over that. And I think that works pretty well when you have a good staff like we do now. And, just like everybody's said, over and over, and I'll repeat it, Gary Barnes is great. And, I haven't worked with him as long as many others here have, but he's been fantastic. Every dealing I've had with him has been great. He's smart, professional, trustworthy. But he's about to retire, and we don't even. I would just made aware just now that we've started a search for his replacement. I was not aware of that, but we don't know who his replacement's going to be yet, and we might end up with somebody that isn't very good or isn't trustworthy or whatever in that position, and that person will be subject to these same rules. So we're essentially giving authority to, increasing the authority of a person who we don't even know who they're going to be. And so it just seems like odd timing to make this change when we are in a state of transition. And, just wanted to make that comment generally to the board and just, have everyone consider that. Is this really the time to be making a change like this when we are in transition, with respect to the chief financial officer? And, I think it just seems like we might be rushing things a little bit. The last point I'd like to make, it really goes to the slide that's up right now. And, essentially the justification or the reasoning for this increase is that, we have increased the number of institutions in the system and we've increased the budget over time. And so as we've increased the size of the enterprise, we've needed to increase these limits because it's difficult for us to be as diligent or as careful with our dollars because we're just so big and so busy. And, we talk a lot about wanting to continue to grow the system. We want to, grow each component institution. We want to add additional campuses or universities, whatever the case may be. And I think it's not a good message to send to say, look, all right, we add you to your system, we grow the system, and we're not going to be as careful with each individual dollar as we have been before. And, we don't have time or the energy, we're not willing to give the effort to be as diligent with those and with each dollar. And so I just think that's, it's a bad message. I would love to be able to say, yeah, the Texas Tech University system is going to continue to grow, but as we grow, we're going to be just as diligent and careful and with every single dollar that comes through our door. And, we're going to treat it with a great deal of respect because we know that those are taxpayer dollars and those are student tuition dollars. And so we need to look after every single one of them. And we have plenty of time in these meetings to approve these contracts. We spend time on a lot of things that are much less important and much less core to the purpose of the board. And so I don't see any reason to increase these amounts in 712 or in 74 because I just think that we have the ability and the capacity to make the approvals that we need to make. And, I think it's well within our fiduciary responsibility to continue to do so. So those are my comments on this matter. And, I appreciate the work of the Rules Committee and the opinions there, but I just wanted to make the point that, I think we just need to be very careful and thoughtful when we're changing fundamental governance-related things, in the Regents rules, and this shouldn't be taken lightly.
Thanks, Regent Campbell. Are there any other questions? Not hearing any.
Regent Walker, before we go on, there's one more item that we want to visit a little bit about. If you look in your packet, just to be sure we call this out, we have the additional item in there to raise the head coach and assistant coaches contracts. You see the information there. Generally, it's not going to affect any of the typical approvals that you have because the coaches' contracts are 5 years or more, so it's still required board approval. But when General Counsel has looked at contracts and have compared that to the other Big 12s, perhaps same conversation, is this the opportunity to look at that, knowing that on a practical matter, you're going to review those anyway because of the term of the contract?
Good. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Seeing this, any comments on this?
Mark, I thought this one was coming out.
I thought on the coaches' contracts?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gary, maybe there was a miscommunication there. It was my understanding in our conversation, and maybe I'm mistaken here. I apologize. I thought we had determined that we were going to stay on the approval process.
And there's no problem to do that. This would be part of the motion that we have on the board, so we could remove this part of that. No problem.
Well, and I don't want to speak for the rest of the committee members if that wasn't a part of. I thought in my conversations with you that we had discussed that. Maybe I was mistaken, and I do not want to presume that anyone else on the committee didn't have an opportunity to weigh in on that.
Well, these are important matters, and this is the appropriate time to discuss that. So Do any of you?
Hey, Johnny.
Yes.
I was not aware that the coaches deal was going to be pulled down, but I think, as you know, based on some of the concerns that have come up, and I certainly supported the changes and probably still support the changes as presented. The fact that these are coming up and some folks are not having a lot of time to look at it, as the chairman of the Finance or Investments Committee, would it warrant tabling this or discussing it in executive session and bringing it back, as opposed to just scratching one that was apparently going to be on the agenda and then bringing it back? I mean, these rules have been around for a long time. I don't know that anything will change dramatically if we don't. And that way, everyone is on the same pages. And with respect to the committees, I hadn't thought about that. That actually goes to Chairman Lewis. It may warrant, if we're changing all the other committees, for the special committees, for at least everyone to have the opportunity to participate in rules if they want. This is the second time I've served on the committee, and I'd certainly give my seat up to someone who has not served on it before. But it is my opinion, unless there's something urgent and earth-shattering, that we could certainly table this and have a further discussion, unless there is a matter that I'm not aware of that would require immediate passage. So
You've suggested that we table the coaching salaries component and talk about it in executive session. I have to ask our general counsel.
No, sir. I think Regent Griffin just stated that he had already, or believed that this one was going to be scratched. I wasn't aware of that, but I'm just saying, if there's discussion surrounding rules, which is probably one of the more important matters with respect to a bylaws of an organization that's been around since 1923. And again, I say this with my support. I personally believe that we can increase some of these levels, but I certainly think it should be something that is unanimous when we talk about, or as close to being unanimous, and everyone has their opportunity to speak up on. And I speak to you, Johnny, as someone who's been on the board for some time and has participated in the Rules Committee in the past. So, really, I guess, Griffin, you're chair of this committee, so,
No,
you decide.
He's chair of the Rules Committee. I'm chair of the
I know your
Investments
position,
Committee.
Johnny.
And so, and yes, I've been on every committee and chaired most. So it's just being around. But
I think, Mr. Chairman, that was my fault. I think I presumed something that was not communicated, so I have to take full responsibility for it.
If I could, I think we've got an option here that's pretty simple and straightforward. Is we could scratch the coaches' contracts from this motion, and we can vote on it right now. We could discuss that one item in executive session, because I think it falls under the items that we can talk about back there. And then, if necessary, out of executive session, we can come back and take that item up again.
thank you. I'll accept that. So we will scratch the coaches component of item 1 and only discuss what we previously talked about in item 1 in terms of the overall contract moving from $1 million to $2 million.
I think, Mr. Chairman, there's one more item in item 1 that we need to discuss, and that's some optionality on language, and it has to do with presidents having authority for sale of alcohol on the campus, and yet the rules were providing. But however, for athletic events, that was going to go to the board for approval. In an effort to kind of streamline and consolidate, you've got the obligation and the authority on campus, and yet the Regents, don't know why, had the authority to do that for only athletic events. So there's proposed, we can go either way on this one. There's two different proposals here as it relates to language. My only input is that in any event there is notice given to the Chancellor and the board with regard to whatever the presidents decide with regard to their particular campuses. Gary?
No, you're exactly right. And truly, the question has come up. These were very specific. This specific rule was specific to athletics only. So we're looking at questions that have come up with regards to a third-party license contract to serve alcohol on other locations other than athletic facilities. So we're dealing directly on this Regent rule with specific authority for athletic facilities. There are opportunities, there are events, there's other locations on campus where it makes sense to serve alcohol, but as it's written, every one of those third-party contracts, regardless of where it is, would have to come back to the board. So we've suggested here an option number 2 that delegates the contracting of a third-party vendor to the president or the president's designee. So that's open for discussion, but that allows the president to negotiate and sign a contract with a third-party vendor for facilities beyond just the athletics. You know, recently the board has approved a sale of alcohol only athletic facilities for AT&T Jones Stadium, USA Arena, and at the football stadium for ASU. So those are the very 3 recent approvals specific to third-party alcohol sales, but they were only related to athletic facilities. So the question is the delegation and the opportunity and the process of how to grant third-party vendors the sale of alcohol at other locations around the campus.
Okay, for all the regents, this is the third to the last bullet on option 1. Any comments on that? Okay, otherwise, I will now, including this particular provision, the third to the last, we will take a motion, and I'll seek a motion that we approve these components to this motion. So I need a motion and a second on item 1.
So is your motion to approve item 1 with the modifications related to coaching contracts that we discussed?
It is.
Yes.
So it includes the $1 million to $2 million, the coaches' contracts, as well as this alcohol provision.
So, and do we need that motion to include the language contained in either option 1 or option 2 as it relates to alcohol sales and the president's authority? There's 2 options there. We could have, so we need something in the motion that says, I move for approval of item 1 and would include option 1 or option 2 language, whichever it is, as it relates to alcohol sales.
So what did the Rules Committee recommend?
So the item as presented right now includes option 1. So if you approve the item as presented with the exclusion of the athletic contract, it would include option 1 for alcohol.
Which requires board approval and does not.
Exactly.
Which is a little bit of a conflict with the president's authority.
Right, and that's the current rule, Gary.
That's exactly right.
So
And that's
option 2 would be to would remove it from the board and give it to the presidents.
Yes, sir, that's right. And you're right, there is a conflict between option number 1. Option number 2 really resolves the conflict.
And Dusty, I thought, Mark, weren't we moving from option number 1 to option number 2, being that we're turning it over to the CEOs of the component institutions to ultimately make those decisions as it pertains to alcohol, since we've already made a decision on athletic facilities? I guess I'm a little confused on that.
I think you're,
maybe that's to Mark.
John, I think you're right. we either keep the rule as it is, but since it is a recommended change, obviously the logical option is option 2 then.
Yeah, because option 1 is as it stands today.
That's
So the
correct.
real option
It's
is
not
changing
really-
it from
it's just
1
keeping
to
it.
2, correct?
Yes. And then, correct.
Okay.
Except there are some wording changes in 1, but
True. But if we adopt option 2, the wording changes in option 1 are obsolete at that time. become
That's
moot.
right. Yes, sir.
And then, Mr. Chairman, I thought it was, well, do we want to do we need a separate motion to remove the coaches' contracts?
We can just keep the same motion, but remove the coaches' contracts here. And then if necessary, we can come out of executive session with a separate motion.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about option 2, this is confusing.
Yeah.
Option 2, removing the coaches' contracts from it.
Correct.
Okay. Do we,
There's option 2 that relates to alcohol sales. Removing the coaches' contracts, Mr. Chairman, is another paragraph or bullet point. Those are 2 separate aspects to item 1. If we want to remove the coaches' contracts, that's up to the board. And if we decide to choose option 2, we're giving the presidency authority to have comprehensive or more comprehensive authority over alcohol sales on their campus.
in my understanding, what we're talking about is once we come out of executive session, we can deal with the coaches' contract.
In a separate motion.
Yes.
And in actuality, couldn't we do this in 3 different, one motion just for the limit to 2 million, another motion to change the alcohol approval to option 2 as presented here, and instead of trying to spend 10 minutes putting it into one motion?
I think that's a good suggestion.
And then just have a motion to approve whatever else has
Okay.
been presented under item 1.
So, let's, I would entertain a motion then to deal with the change of the overall approval, increasing that from 2 million to 1 million. So that would be the first.
1 million to 2 million.
So let me offer this. So approval of item number 1 as stated with the exclusion of the coach's salary and accepting option number 2 regards to alcohol.
I was trying to.
That's all right.
I was trying.
We've already spent the 10 minutes,
Hey,
so we can go ahead and
okay.
keep motion
Yeah.
together now.
Yeah, I think, may I make a motion that we approve the rules changes to move it from 1 million to 2 million, as presented to the Rules Committee and agreed upon in committee. That's one
but see, there are
option.
a bunch of other things that are changed in here other than just the 1 million to 2 million. I mean, there are consulting contracts, there are all kinds of little editorial cleanups. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's been changed. Everybody ought to read it, because it's not just the 1 million to 2 million.
Yeah, Regent Campbell is exactly right. So one of the things we have to keep in mind is taking action on items as posted in the Secretary of State. So the item as posted is a comprehensive review of Chapter 7 of the Regents Rules. So what we can do is make a motion to approve the item, basically what Mr. Barnes said. The item as presented with certain exemptions. If I'm hearing correctly, it sounds like one of the exemptions that we need to do is to remove the coaching contract provision. So the motion would say, accepting item 7 as presented with the exclusion of amendments to the coaching contract, and acceptance of option 2 as it relates to the approval of the sale of alcohol on campus. So that would be a complete motion that would keep us in line with what we've posted for.
Does everyone understand that? Yes. Okay. Good.
And I would actually encourage everybody to read the changes that are being made, because there are some other things that are significant and meaningful. And again, these changes all cut to the core of our fiduciary duty as regents. And so this is something that, we don't need to get in a hurry on. We don't need to, there's no urgent demand for this change, right? Unless I'm missing something. Like this is.
Thank you. Any other comments here from Regents in terms of Have you read it? Do you understand it? Other questions? By not hearing anything else, then I think that the motion as described by Kano seems to fit what we're trying to do. If we could entertain that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we accept changes noted in item 1 with the exception of the approval of the coach's contract and adopt option 2 language giving the presidents the authority, their designee, as it relates to contract with third-party vendors for alcohol sales on their campus, specifically at athletic events that would now be more comprehensive in their authority and application.
I'm going to stop right here before I ask for a second. Does everyone understand what Vice Chairman Griffin said?
Vice Chairman Griffin's not even sure if he understands. I think I
Yeah, no, I think you did it well. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Okay.
Robert's Rules is rolling over somewhere. I know. It has to be.
Mr. Barnes, please continue with item 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 2, with regards to changes to Chapter 8, adding some definitions to what project management team is for clarification, updating Texas Education Code site for competitive bidding, clarifying the federal regulations with regards to construction project because the third special session of this legislative session provided some funding from federal sources with regards to construction projects. So this expands the language to include the federal funding for those particular ones. Also, clarifying language, deleting the references to grandfathered projects prior to 2014. There are none, so we're just deleting that and simplifying the language with FP&C fees. Clarifying the board-related FP&C master planning process. It requires communication to the board before a master plan begins on a campus, and then the rest of the Chapter 8 talks about the different processes and presenting to the board, but this adds additional language that requires notification to the board that a master plan has begun. And then the last item on Chapter 8 has to do with the same part of Chapter 7 that we talked about with regards to alcohol sales. This was originally in Chapter 8, which is under facilities. It's a contracting item, not a facility item, so it just moved it from Chapter 8 to Chapter 7.
Okay, hopefully everyone's read this and understands it. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve item 2 as presented?
Make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Barnes, please present item 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 3 is just a presentation and an update for the board. During our budget hearings with each of the regent, particularly Regent Steinmetz, encourages all the institutions to do a detailed analysis of staff salaries. So thank you, Regent Steinmetz, for encouraging us to do that. So the presentation is just an executive summary of the system's progress with regards to that equity salary and compression review. We've all seen the headlines everyone is raising minimum salaries. It certainly has affected the campus's ability to recruit and retain employees. We've just heard from Billy of the struggles with regards to finding qualified workforce. So these are not new to you. You've seen them. As we've gone through the analysis, there's several pieces, and again, higher education is more complicated than what it has to be, but the state statute requires that all universities adopt a pay plan. Within the pay plan, there are salary grades and grade differentials within those salary pay plan and classified codes. So as we go through the analysis, I just wanted to provide you with some of the definitions with that. The focus on this one was the entry-level positions. We did not include faculty as part of this. This was truly, we might talk about the folks that are feet on the ground. It includes our custodial, building maintenance, our frontline workers in our HSCs, hospitality. It includes all of those frontline entry-level employees. Just as a result of the study, this is just a snapshot. It is not all of the plans that were reviewed at the different pay grades, but just as a comparison, the information on the left where it shows the minimum for that particular, it was $7.82. As a result of this, that has been increased to 13, a 66% increase in that starting wage with the attempt to get a more qualified workforce. As the institutions progressed through that, they reviewed more than 7,900 employees with regards to those entry-level various pay grades. Here is a snapshot of the result of those employees reviewed and what generally they found and what they're addressing as they go through the different processes and phases to address this. Again, we talked about the minimum wage, but as a result of the analysis, this is what our institutions have implemented as a result of that. So TTU, they did their $13, and we discussed that during our budget briefing. So that was effective September the 1st, but you can see the different increases to the minimum wages, when those are going to be effective. One thing I might note is our Health Science Center was way ahead of the game. In 2018, they identified that they needed to increase their minimum salary. They have a plan in progress. They have implemented that. It's a multi-year plan, and they were ahead of the game when they were looking at this. So really the result, and I think it's important that we look at this as a phase one. It has to be a multi-year phase in. For one, there's just not enough money to address that. But when you start raising the minimum salaries, you've got to look at payroll compression. So the person sitting next to you that came about 18 months ago now is at a lower rate when you raise the minimum to the new employee you're just hiring. So there is a ripple effect across all the staff positions with regards to adjusting the minimum wages. So these have been implemented or proposed to be implemented in the next few weeks and over the next year or so. But you can see as a result of that what the plan is in this phase one at all the institutions with regards to implementing this. So there will be 3,800 employees impacted in this phase one. 48% of the employees that we identified in the initial part of the review that's going to get some salary adjustments based on those proposed dates. One thing I need to point out, as we move through the different phases and through the different years, this is going to require more financial resources, and quite frankly, it's going to have new additional resources identified. We've talked a little bit about, the Chancellor referenced legislative appropriations. We're going to be gearing up in the next few months with regards to that appropriation request. Our next legislative session starts next January. Seems like that's a long way away, but our request is due to the legislature the end of July. So we're already working on this and including the impact of the labor force as part of our legislative appropriation request. I think it's also important to note that the study was done at each campus with the general philosophical approach to address the beginning salaries, but every campus and every location is different on how they approach that and where they approach that. The labor force is not equal and the needs are not equal, and the starting salaries and the salaries within those locations are different. The next couple of pages are more narrative, but I wanted to indicate to you that we really have taken this seriously. It is important that we get qualified workers. So there are different phases. They have time frames on when they would like to do that. Again, it depends on revenue to a large extent when they can do that. But this is a description of what their next step is. We saw those that are implemented in phase 1. That is what they're doing. Here is the next phase, phase 2, with their time implementation. In phase 3, some of those are a little bit to be determined, simply because some of those now become very skilled specific. On the initial slide, we talked about the increase in University Police Department salaries. Those of us that are in Lubbock have seen the vote that the recent election held with regards to increasing our Sheriff's Department salaries and the Lubbock City Department salaries. So we're going to do a more in-depth analysis of our police department. Information technology is a skill set that we chase all the time, and obviously we have to address that, and it requires a little bit more of a different analysis than just our entry-level staff positions. But this is the plan that the institutions are moving forward with to continue the initiative to address these staff salaries. I'm going to conclude at this point. There are other executive summaries in your packet for each of the institutions, but this is a snapshot of what we have done and where we're headed with regards to that initiative. Be glad to have any questions.
Gary, I had a question. You know, sometimes an individual will choose to work for an institution because of their culture and be okay with having a little less salary. As part of the background on this, I know you did a market survey of the areas. Did we do exit interviews with people that did leave or that chose to stay? You know, just to understand, are we fixing a problem that may not be manifesting itself yet? I get that we want to have equal salary, so I'm not questioning that, but I was just wondering the depth at which you
So the answer is yes. We do an exit survey with any of those people who leave. There are scripted questions, so we try to get to the lowest common denominator of really why they're leaving, whether it's a family matter, whether a spouse or a child or something else, or whether it's just a salary. The other interesting part that I should mention now that you brought this up, higher education as an industry has always paid under market. But the reason why is because the state provides a pretty rich benefit program. What we have found out during the survey, that is not as important to the frontline workers as it is to their take-home money. They're talking about I got to buy rent, I got to buy groceries, while benefits run 28% in addition to their salary, which would include retirement and especially health care, which is very important. What we have found is they want to know, how much am I going to be able to take home? I think that what we will do is change our messaging a little bit, that the benefit program would be more of a retention part of keeping a person in and employed at our institutions, rather than focusing it so much on trying to get someone hired. But truly what we found out is the motivating factor of new employees is not so much our rich benefit package as it is the starting salary and how much am I going to be able to take home to support the family needs.
And Regent Carrick, when we did this at the Health Science Center 4 years ago, that was exactly it. You would find people that were working frontline areas that would literally leave the job for another job that pay 50 cents more an hour. And to Gary's point, you typically, not just in higher ed, but in government in general, it's the package that is where you get a lot of your benefits. but you're having folks, a single mom, saying, I'll go over here and work for 50 cents more an hour because it means more at the end of the month for me. And those are people, unfortunately, that are very often at the front line of what you're doing. Those are receptionists and things like that that are meeting the public. The very people that you need the most are the ones where you have high turnover. So, yeah, so it came down a lot of times to just tiny amounts. So.
Yeah.
Other questions?
And
Okay.
yeah, hey Gary, there were some comments made about all of the accomplishments that you've had, and one thing I would say that you've done better than most is once you're given a task, you take it on and you vet it, and you and your team, I should say, but led by you. And this is a prime example. There's 3,800 people that are going to be affected by this. And to Ginger's question, I think it's a good one. You know, this was really trying to be proactive, Ginger, before we looked up and noticed that everyone that worked at during the pandemic to keep these classrooms clean and the front facing, as the Chancellor just stated, didn't get up and leave over $2, $3, $4 pay increases that were very public on the nightly news every night. And so I want to thank you, Gary, for the work that you and your team did to identify what is obviously some pretty big discrepancies. And my question for you would be, do you think we have the time that it takes to phase these deficiencies in while trying to understand and the compression impact that it has on those that are already in-house?
Well, Regent Steinmetz, thanks for the question. So the answer is, do we have time? I think that one of the benefits of this study is that there is a focus that we can't afford not to do it. We have to do it. We have to do it in a continual improvement plan on an annual basis. You know, we can't wait 10 years before we do the study again. So I do think we're addressing compression immediately after this study has been completed. All the component institutions realize that that is the next critical part because we want to retain those folks that we already have, and that's what we're really talking about with the compression issue. So I do think that we are focused on it. The study is not over with just because we've completed this. It is an important initiative that everyone is focusing on continually now.
Okay. Any other questions? If there are no other, I would like to ask for a motion on item 3.
That was a report. I don't think it requires a motion.
Oh, that's right.
That's correct. It's just a report, yes, sir.
Okay.
Just an update.
Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Item 4, the combined annual financial report.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I want to spend just a few minutes. Again, this is no motion, but I think it's important that the board have a little bit of information with regards to the annual financial report. This is what they call the consolidated or the CAFR. This is a combined annual financial report for all the institutions. I'm going to have just a little bit of information with regards to MSU, but I think it's important that we understand the timing of when MSU joined our system. So this is through fiscal year 21. It's a combined report for all the institutions together. That is what the state requires with regards to a system. So the system does a combined annual financial report that is submitted to the state comptroller's office. They do an audit. The state auditor does an audit of the state comptrollers with the result of certifying that. MSU for FY21 submits it on their own independently. They'll independently be reviewed by the state comptroller, independently reviewed by the state auditors. But I want to give you a little of information with regards to MSU because for FY22, they will become part of our total combined annual financial report. Also, I'm going to back up one slide. This says draft. It's intended to say draft because the state comptroller and auditor has not certified the report. It's supposed to happen on February the 28th. So until that, it's not official, and I want to just be sure to make that disclaimer. This is the timeline that we are provided by the State Comptroller's Office of when those things are due. And again, just tells you that they should issue the statewide and certify that by the end of the month. Want to spend just a little bit information on this one with regards to just a historical perspective on some of the changes. But before I get into some of the detail, I want to specifically thank the leadership, the presidents, the CFOs, the senior leadership at each of the campuses. When you look at the bottom line, the net position for FY 19, 20, and 21, they have done a remarkable job of managing their institutions under COVID, and you cannot imagine all the different moving pieces to be able to manage that. And when I talk to my peers at the rest of the system institutions in Texas and outside of Texas, we are the envy because we were able to maintain, we're able to pivot. We've moved quicker than most any of the larger systems, and it's very reflected in the bottom line. So again, as I mentioned earlier, it takes a team approach, and certainly commend the presidents, CFOs, and the senior leaderships for navigating in a very difficult last couple of years. To go through a little bit of detail, again, tuition and fee increases, record enrollments, again, the envy of most every other institutional system within Texas. So you can see the financial impact with that. Patient income.
Gary, the financial impact moving forward, tuition and fees, will be from enrollment growth.
That is true. That is due to enrollment growth. There was a little bit of an increase in tuition fees that you approved 2 years ago. That's also reflected in there, but because of the record enrollment growth, made a substantial difference in the total fiscal health of the institutions. Patient fees, that's specific to our health science centers, and you can see we rebounded from COVID. 2019, 287 million. We dropped in 2020 directly related to COVID, and we have rebounded in 21. You can go down a little further, grants and contracts. That is an increase for FY 20 and 21 over 19 due to the federal CARES stimulus funds. That's also reflected in our student scholarships. I'll mention that, but that's directly due to the federal funding. Legislative appropriations were down in 21. The governor issued a requirement that we had to reduce 5% general revenue for the biennium, which we couldn't do until FY 21 because we'd already spent it for FY 20. So that shows a reduction there with regards to that 5%. Private gifts are increasing, and that's the continued effect of the vet school and our athletic facilities primarily. Going down to the expenses, expenses are different there. You can see the drop in that, but that is particularly specifically related to vacancies, and by design we were very cautious in filling those vacant positions because we just didn't know what the impact of COVID was. I also want to mention too, and we've talked about this for the last 3 or 4 years with regards to OPEB. OPEB affects a lot of the financial trends on that, and OPEB is the other post-employment benefits. That, and you know, Texas is a pay-as-you-go state, so annually, every year they appropriate, and this particularly is affected for our health care. Every year they appropriate the money needed for that current year's health care. But the accounting standards now require us to identify what the 30-year actuarial cost of that is. The state comptroller calculates that at the state level and tells us how much our part of that is. So in FY 21, there's a $122 million effect as an expense on that particular salary line item. Travel is down, obviously, directly related to COVID. Toward the bottom of scholarships, that's an increase, and again, that's related to the CARES Act, where basically 50% of that federal funding was direct to the students to help with regards to the effect of COVID's on their particular financial situation. And then I have to point out, as we've talked about at the last board meeting with regards to our investment return, but very substantial increase in the fair market value of our investments of $420 million. Overall increase from FY 20 to 21 of $470 million, or 16% increase. Again, pretty phenomenal as we have navigated the COVID. This is just a visual of that, but to just see the trends, I also want to give you a little bit more granular information. Again, we're required to report this as a combined system, but when you look at the two biggest areas, tuition and fees, legislative appropriations, those are very different from the general academic institutions, TTU, ASU, and then later Midwestern, than it is for the health-related institutions. So for general academic institutions, 33% of their revenue comes from tuition and fees. Legislative appropriations make up 24%, so those two revenue sources are 57%. You contrast that with the health-related institutions where tuition makes up about 7%, their legislative appropriations about 30%. So those two major line items for the general academic institutions, which were 57%, it's only 37% for the health-related. The other two very important revenue sources for the health-related are patient income and the hospital contracts. Again, we look at the expenditures, again, just a trend line. You can see the biggest effect on salaries and wages incurred in FY 2019 continues to increase and be a factor in FY 21. As I mentioned, $122 million of that salary and wage line is directly the OPEB allocation that the state comptroller says is due to us. Looking at the revenue just a little differently, you can see again 48% on the combined annual financial report. Biggest two things, 48% legislative appropriations, tuition and fees, and the difference in the two academic institutions. With regards to the expenses, again, salaries and wages include the $122 million of OPEB. On the interest expense and depreciation, I thought I would just provide a little bit of more detail on that line item. $24 million is interest expense, $145 million is depreciation. NACUBO function, these are how we spend the money in the functional areas. I think it's just important as we use this at the federal level. They compare us with all the other institutions. Just this morning, thanks to the work that Shell Hells did for me, I was able to get some comprehensive comparisons. But if you look at the things that mostly affect the students, the instruction line, academic support, and then next to the bottom, student services, that makes up 46% of how we spend our money on what particular functional items. You compare that across the United States, that's 39%. We rank very favorably in that category. If you look at the last slide, the net position, I think it's very important that we understand that, again, in that unrestricted item would cause you a little bit alarm to see a negative amount in our unrestricted, but the cumulative effect of OPEB since the state started doing that is $970 million. So when you factor that out of unrestricted, which is where that's reported, truly our unrestricted is a positive $462 million. When you relate that number to what that looks like on an annual operating expenses, that's sort of an unrestricted reserve of 3.4 months. Again, coming out of a COVID environment, to have still that high of a reserve liquidity balance is pretty amazing. I'm going to move just very briefly to Midwestern. Again, when you look at their comparison from 20 to 21, you see grants and contracts due to the CARES Act. They also suffered the same 5% reduction on appropriations. Expenses included in their salaries about $8.5 million of OPEB. You look at the scholarships, that increase is due to the federal CARES Act funding with 50% basically of that money directed to the students. On their interest expense and capital asset depreciation, $4.8 million is interest expense, $17 million for the depreciation.
Should their interest expense go down as part of the system?
MSU's interest expense did not go down. We'll be able to help them with that whenever we're able to refund that during our next bond issuance. But I think the next earliest time that Midwestern has any bonds available to be refunded is in 2026.
So why do they not re-rate those bonds, Gary? I mean, if something bad happened, they would re-rate them, wouldn't they? Would they not?
So the really nice thing about Midwestern is whenever they joined the system on September the 1st, Moody's called a meeting at 7 a.m. that morning with Beth, CFO of Midwestern, and myself and the rating agencies. And because they joined the Texas A&M system, they increased their bond rating by 2. It didn't change.
I'm assuming you mean Texas Tech?
What is Texas Tech? Sorry,
Yeah.
Texas Tech University system.
He's already retired.
Texas Tech University system. They increased their rating by 2 because they joined the system, simply on the strength that we have as a system. That didn't change their cost of capital, but for those bondholders, they got a premium bump. Again, you see the revenue sources, and again, the 2 largest ones are the legislative appropriation. Tuition and fees make up 53% of their operating budget. You look at their expenses again, salaries, just like the rest of us, that's our primary expense. As a higher education institution, that's a normal thing. Interest expense, $4.8 million, depreciation, $17.2 million. And then on their net position, again, included in unrestricted is the accumulated OPEB of $52 million. So factoring that out, they have an unrestricted fund balance of about $20 million. Mr. Chairman, that concludes that report.
Okay, questions on the financial report? Okay, we'll.
Hey, Gary, back to Dusty's question, and I wasn't following. So because he's right, if there was a catastrophic moment, they would downgrade the credit, but would they have locked in the pricing at that time, even though they downgraded the credit? So what you're saying is, even with the upgrade from the call, you're not going to see the benefit until the no calls end?
That is correct. And they're not going to downgrade us until we go to the market for another debt issuance. They may downgrade the higher education as an industry. We do a surveillance meeting with them every year, so potentially they could downgrade if there was a catastrophic event, but those prices would be locked in until the next bond issuance.
Okay. Yeah, and I wasn't advocating that we would be downgraded. I was just stating that you would still have that locked-in price regardless of what your bond rating was during that no-call period, correct?
That is correct. We still have the pricing locked in.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Okay, the final item is the university system's investment performance, and I noticed that you have Tim Barrett, our Chief Investment Officer, and Tim Bruce, the partner with New England Pension Consultants, back here. And if you would like to proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to do the annual report with the board with regards to our capital market overview. This is something that we've done for a number of years. We have an annual update, sort of the drivers for FY21 and how our investments lined up with those particular economic indicators. And then very importantly, in a robust discussion that we have all the time, is what do we look like in the future and how are we able to position our investments for what we think may happen to come. So let me ask Tim Bruce, who is the partner with NEPC, who has been the consultant on our investments for many years, to talk a little bit about the capital markets, the overview, and the crystal ball effect.
Big. Okay, great. So as Gary alluded to, Gary and I, just for a reminder for everyone here, Gary and I work very closely. I work close with Gary and his staff, Tim Barrett certainly included, to do a number of things: asset allocation, portfolio construction, asset class selection, right? We work very closely. Today, the goal is a little bit different. We're not going to go through all of those things. I'll spare you. But as Gary alluded to, I'm going to hit on really three big things I want to make sure I walk away with you all today. One, we're going to talk about the 2021 capital markets. For anyone who's following the markets today, it's probably what we should be talking about, but that's not the forum for that. So we're going to do a review of the capital markets last year. We're going to talk briefly about some macro considerations we think about for this year. And then finally, we're going to talk a little bit about how endowment investing differs from other pools of capital. Okay? I'm going to talk pretty quickly in succession to walk through this, but that's our real objective. And you might ask, why are we doing this? I think the main point is before you hear the returns and the performance, it's helpful to understand the backdrop of this, right? We're talking about investing in capital markets. It's helpful to have a broad level summary of what happened in the capital markets. Yeah? All right, so first thing, I would just highlight this slide. I could probably start and end with this to say what happened last year. Risk assets did really well. You all benefited in a lot of pockets. If we were here maybe 5-6 years ago, we were all in Lubbock, we were talking and lamenting around some of the challenges we had in the energy portfolio. That's not the case last year. If we were here 4 years ago, we were talking about what was going on in the bond portfolio. Not the case last year. The punchline is almost every asset class had a pretty nice year. That gives us a little bit of concern and pause, as it probably should. I just throw this slide in there just for people in the audience that are curious about this. This puts some things into context. How well did the equity markets perform last year? What we're showing you here in light blue is simply the number of daily new record highs for the S&P. That's a lot, right? I mean, you don't have to be a master in investing to understand basic statistics. That should give people a little concern, yeah? The other big concern that we had that you all faced with running this portfolio was inflation. This was not our friend last year by any stretch. You'll recall we've talked about this over the years. I think all of us underestimated the degree in which it was showed up last year, but it was certainly an impact and a factor. And then this will tie closely to what I'm going to talk about in a second as a concern, and that is the Treasury yields. So for all of you that think about kind of curves and the impact of that on the market, this was really interesting. It's basically just saying what the Fed is doing in short rates versus long rates. It bounced around a lot last year, and that has myriad implications, which I'll talk about in a couple slides. So if I go forward here, actually, did I pause on this? Yeah. So I want to go to this next section and just say, okay, what are some macro considerations that when I'm sitting with Gary and we're talking with Tim and thinking about the short-term and long-term pool that we worry about last year and this year? I highlight three, but I'm just going to touch on two. And I mentioned the bouncing around of yields and the yield curve. That has a real implication for how we're structuring this portfolio. What does that mean? It means if in every year that we would sit and talk to you all as Regents and say, here's what's going on in the performance, here are some good news and bad news and what's happening in the different parts of the capital markets, the one constant for a very long time was there was a lot of underlying stimulus, right? I think one reason none of us thought it was a good idea to be sitting in cash for the past 6 or 7 years was because there's a lot of stimulus. I mean, even if you didn't get all the details right, you knew that the Fed's intervention, central banks, were assets are going to rise, yeah? So I think one strategic thing that we've done for a long time as a group was just making sure we're invested, yeah? And part of that was that Fed intervention. So why am I highlighting this? Why are we worried about this? That's changing. And so just to put it kind of in context here, what am I showing you here? I'm showing you basically the history of federal bank intervention. I'm just focusing on the US because it makes it simple. Without reading all of the underlying details, what the takeaway should be is there is a massive amount of federal stimulus, truly unprecedented. I mean, even going back to Great Depression times, we have not seen this. If we all go back to our Economics 101 years, we would say if there's that amount of stimulus, risky assets are going to inflate, yeah? And I use the word inflate intentionally because we're seeing it across everything. We're seeing it in stocks. We saw it in real inflation. We see it when we go to the grocery store. This is a function of lots of assets being pushed into the system. Why does that matter today as we all sit here? That's going to go away in theory. The Fed has certainly communicated that's going to change. Rates are starting to creep up on the short end. And so as this changes, what things do we need to think about to make sure that this asset pool we have continues to go upwards, right? And not lose money. So with that, I want to go to this section. Let me open by saying this. Investing is not a classic science. I know we have a brand new tenured faculty member who does live in the sciences. That is a nice, easy, I use that very jokingly, field in that there are very hard rules and there's a lot of facts based around it. Deciding to invest is as much science and math as it is personal opinion and your own views going forward. Why do I give that as a backdrop? Our role at our firm is to work with lots of different institutions to try to maximize how you invest to align with the goals of that institution, yeah? Endowment institutions, like you all, have a different mandate than many other institutions. And I will give you two very simple examples just to give you an anecdote and a story to put this into context. We work with a very large state pension system here who has a very different obligation. They have many, many, many participants in which they've got to take care of their long-lived retirements, their health care, and then deal with the politics of pension funding, yeah? The way they have to think about investing is very different than the way you all have to think about it, yeah? It's also very different than the way each of us has to think about it. All of us have probably different balance sheets. I know yours is slightly less after your gift, but we all have different balance sheets and we all have to invest slightly differently. Those three examples, you all as an endowment that's trying to make sure you're paying for endowed chairs and scholarships, et cetera, is so very different than the pension system in the state of Texas that's working with employees. And it is so very different than the individual way we all retire. I can appreciate that this sounds a little reductive and a touch trite, but I think it's a really important thing for us to remember as we get up here and talk about why we're positioned the way we're positioned. And I'll just end by saying, if you think about how you all are structured as an entity, you have the goal of generating that corpus, getting the growth over long term to continue to grow. That's key. You also have an obligation to throw off enough money to make sure that all of the institutions that we talked about today have the funded dollars to do the stuff that everyone talked about, whether it was the students talking about their initiatives there, or it was all of the capital projects you all have. Those are distributions that have to get met because you're running an entity. So I tie that back to kind of your guidelines and bylaws and why you're invested the way you are. You have an obligation to be diversified just because you are a part of a state institution in the state of Texas, right? That's fine, that's good. You have an obligation to grow that corpus because you have donors, like many of you all here, that want the institution to continue to grow. And then you also have an income component that has to be there so that you can fund all of these underlying institutions. Those three mandates at any point in time can be somewhat at odds. And I guarantee you, if each of us were having one-on-one coffees or lunches, each of us would have a slightly different view on what the best way is to hit all three of those objectives. So I say that before I turn over to the performance is simply to say, we're very conscious of this. I mean, Gary, more than anyone, understands all of these objectives. When Tim and I are thinking about structuring the portfolio, these are the things we think about. So I'll end with one punchline. You're going to hear about the performance, which has been very strong. And that's a function of us trying to generate a portfolio that is all weather. You can look at the numbers you're about to see and be like, wow, that's fantastic. It's a lot of money for the institution. Or you could look at it and say, well, if I had been fully invested in equities like I am in my personal account, it would have been double that. Or you could look at it and say, you know, if I was thinking of it like my pension fund does and heavily invested in fixed income, I would have gotten a quarter of that. We always want to kind of be in the middle. We want to hit those three objectives of, yes, grow the corpus, for sure. We need the people that are giving us money to be confident in that. We also got to make sure we're paying out all the institutions, that commitment we have to fund the operations. And then finally, we've got to be diversified. So I'll end on that. For people who are very well-versed in this, I hope this wasn't too repetitive. For people who this is new, I hope this was illuminating. Yes?
Thank you, Tim. And Regent Walker, we had a great IRC meeting a week ago Tuesday. We were able to spend a couple of hours just on this topic and did a very deep dive on that. But would you just address, and I think that you touched on that, but risk is always one of those key elements that we talk about. And as we look at reflecting back on 2021, but more importantly, 2022, risk is a conversation that we have every time we talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, don't open your Bloomberg right now because today's a perfect example of this. The gas and the pedal metaphor gets overused a lot, but I think it's really apt. I mean, our job, certainly thinking about the stewardship of this capital, is to think about when you're touching the gas a little bit more and when you're hitting the brakes, right? I think the risks we're facing going in here explains a lot of the positioning we have here. I mean, this is not a Chicken Little organization. These are people who are invested. The fund is invested in taking risk, and you have been rewarded for that. At the same time, when there's certain market environments, it's probably prudent to be somewhat cautious about how invested we are, yeah? And so I highlighted those examples with the Fed pulling back and the examples of kind of interventions moving away. That has certainly shaped how we're thinking about the portfolio today and some of the risks that we may be taking off the table.
Thank you.
Great. If there's anything else I can answer, I'm happy to. If not, I think it's probably more exciting to turn over to performance.
Any questions for Mr. Bruce?
Thank you,
Tim. Let me introduce Tim Barrett, who is our Chief Investment Officer, and he's going to bring good news to us again. And also, I've asked him to talk about a very exciting program that we're bringing back for this year and expanding. So, Tim, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. We do have good news to start. So, the trailing one-year number of the portfolio as of the end of November is just under 25%. The benchmark 60/40 plus 100 is around 10.91. That was really driven, as Tim Bruce said, by risk assets. And you can really see that in the growth portfolio in the middle of the page. The growth portfolio was up over 39% for the one-year period. Year to date through November, up 26. That's almost double what the index did. And I'll show you in a few minutes really what drove that. Now, while stable value and bonds were really boring, our portfolio actually did quite well. The stable value portfolio was up 7.23%, while the global bar cap, which is a bond index that we benchmark against, was down over 3%. So really a 10% spread over the last year. The portfolio, when you think about risk of the portfolio, we're benchmarked against a global 60/40, and that's what you see on the left-hand bottom, which is we're about 58.5, so a little underweight risk right now, with stable value just a little bit over the 40%. But the real key in risk, you'll see in a minute, is driven by the sub-allocations. So we've added a little more detail than the board typically sees to kind of illustrate some of this. So as you go through this, it's exact same time period, same numbers, but what we did is we broke out different asset classes within growth, for instance. So if you go across and look at growth, you'll see the LTIF public equity is roughly 31.95%. And you can see that in the column that says weight. If you go down to private equity, it's around 21, and private diversifying is around 5.7%. Normally our split that we have an internal target was we want about 40% in public equities, 20% in private equities. So by default, we've made a decision to be lower weighted to public equities at this time. And we've made these changes kind of in November, and we've continued to make those changes into the new year. So what that's done is underweighted us to the public markets and overweighted us to the private markets at a time when we expected volatility to increase. So when Tim talked to you guys about putting your foot on the brake a little bit, that's exactly how we put the foot on the brake. Stable value, on the other hand, is 41.48, so slightly ahead. And the way we've structured this to put our foot on the brake is we've invested in a couple new strategies within the portfolio that are highly defensive. We call them convex strategies, and that just simply means when things go really bad, these strategies do really well. On normal times, they're just kind of okay. In fact, they're a little boring. But we wanted to put those strategies in because we could feel that volatility was coming. We knew that the Fed was going to raise rates, and we had concerns that volatility spikes would occur. So this is just a brief update on what December looks like. I will point you to the top right-hand corner. It says percent of NAV reported. This is really important in all of our reports. So private asset managers, your private equity guys, your oil and gas guys, your real estate guys, they only report on a quarterly basis. Hedge funds, public equities, bond funds, they report monthly. So when we see 56% of NAV, that means almost 44%, or exactly 44%, has not even sent in a report yet, which means interest to increase dramatically as these guys report typically in March. So for the trailing 1 year, it's right at 18.94 for year to date. You can say that as 2021. The growth portfolio again drove all of that at 29.27 so far. Stable value at a little over 5. Again, we're maintaining about a 10% spread over the bar cap, and you can see that it's roughly, I guess, 11% within the growth portfolio. Again, last point, that's going to expand as the private numbers come in because they're going to come in very positive. So Tim mentioned that we really want to focus long-term, and he talked about funding things, right? Funding endowments, scholarships, etc. That's what the CPI plus 5 line is to illustrate. Every endowment wants to produce inflation-adjusted income. That yellow line, which goes up very steadily because CPI is really steady over a rolling 10-year period, has produced an annualized return since the inception of our endowment of about 7.4. The LTIF is the red line. It's at 7.65, and our policy benchmark is at 7.93. So we've really made a lot of progress since the low of Q1 of 20, which you can see where the red line bottomed, and now have surpassed the global 60/40 plus 1, and are working on catching the policy benchmark.
So Tim, let me talk on this one just a little bit. Again, Tim gave you an update on the endowment funds. This is our comprehensive cash pool. We've transitioned based on the board direction that that's going to be managed from our treasury office in Lubbock. But you can see we've had a 5.24% return for the 1 year. I think particularly important is the longer term portion of that under the non-current segment. If you look at the bottom of the line, same way that Tim had mentioned, this is driving what the return is, 9.13%. There is still the transition. You see the two items there, the LTIF legacy, the non-current portion of that, about 60% has been transferred, still 40% to still be transferred to the new investment strategy. Again, if you look at the top part where it says cash and current and contingency segments, outperform the benchmark, but as you know, you don't get too much on your cash when it's just being liquid to provide payments for your salaries, your accounts payable, but still beating the benchmark. So just wanted to give you that brief update with regards to the investment return on the cash comprehensive pool.
Before I jump into this last topic, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any questions on endowment performance or how we're positioned.
Yeah. How's the endowment performance been year to date?
Yeah. We have the numbers updated through December here today. Right now, it's at 18.94%. As I mentioned earlier, I think when you see private equity, oil and gas, real estate, all those assets are going to report on a lagged basis. Those numbers will be coming in over the next month. I suspect you'll go through 21% probably by the time it closes out December.
Okay, but surely we know where we're at approximately through
Yeah.
that started this year? Because it's been kind of a rocky market. Is there any real concerns going into the first quarter?
Absolutely. Again, through December 31st, we're up really well. I think if you fast forward to yesterday, I guess I looked at the last numbers, the 60/40 was down about 5.4%, if I recall correctly. So you would expect us to, perform somewhere pretty close to that. I would tell you that most likely because we're only 32% public equities, as I mentioned earlier, and our private credit and private equity are still doing just fine, you'll see us outperform pretty substantially in the first quarter. So I would say, if I had to guess as of right now, I'd say we're down about 3.5% year to date in 2022 through yesterday.
Okay. So to your point on the 60/40, we're significantly outperforming them on the ups, but on the downside, you feel like we'll be in line with the 60/40 downs?
I think we'll surpass the 60/40 on the downside and outperform it because we're underweight public equities, and that's really the volatile component right here. So the fact that I'm at 32% public equities and the rest is in private assets and an overweight to stable value, that will outperform the 60/40 by default in a down equity market.
Yeah, I want to point out that Tim has done a good job of meeting his commitments in terms of reducing the large number of assets that we had. Those have been going down. But he's had some assets that he inherited that go back way before him in terms of real estate and some other things. Any progress on that?
They are our real estate portfolio. We've had 3 distributions this past year. One of them was a very old asset that was here long before me that they actually sold. We sold a property in Austin at a 2.9 cap rate, which, by the way, if you understand how real estate works, that's an incredible sale. And we expect to sell a second one out towards the Domain in Austin, likely before June. And that one's looking like it could be upwards of a 3x hold period over 4 years. So real estate's looking pretty good right now. Inflation, yes it is, sir.
Final question, John, you had a comment there. How are you marketing your private equity positions?
Right.
Because we're not comparing them to the index, so I'm interested on how you're marking those.
Right. We don't specifically reevaluate the underwriting of the manager. That comes from the manager. At the end of each year, the manager is audited independently for the valuations, and those come through on the statements. So there's an independent valuation outside of us.
Okay, so that's a requirement on all private equity investments.
It is, yes.
In our portfolio, okay.
It is. And they mark differently, right? So venture capital's marked by the last round. That's different. And private equity or an ongoing business that has revenue, expenses, et cetera, like a buyout or growth equity investment, have a valuation by an independent party.
Different question on the comprehensive cash pool. I think we were transitioning out of what you'd done with the intermediate overlay, so to speak. Where are we on that status,
Right.
progress-wise? I know it would take, seems like it's going to take at least 3 or 4 years to do that.
That's correct. The vast majority of the stuff that we still maintain in what was called the legacy portfolio on that sheet, I believe we returned about 60%. We have 40% still in. Is that correct, Gary?
Yes.
The reason why it takes 3 or 4 years is it's invested in private credit strategies, et cetera. A private equity would take you 10 years. We didn't invest in private equity because it wasn't a good fit for that pool of capital. But private credit we did, and those are typically 5 years to get most of your money back out of there, 3 to 5, depending on the strategy.
That legacy segment has actually enhanced the overall performance.
Yes, I think it was up 9%. Yeah, it's enhanced the performance over this period. Right there, it would be ITIF legacy, the next to last line. In the center box was up 9.13%, so it's done well over that period. It's been volatile though, right?
Right.
I mean, 2020, you guys all remember March 2020 was a very difficult period. If there's no other questions, I wanted to talk to you guys about one thing that I'm super excited about. So the investment team, along with Gary Barnes, and this took a whole bunch of people at Texas Tech. So we had to go speak to HR, we had to speak to legal. I can't even count the number of meetings that had to take place to get this done. But we restarted the intern program and made some massive changes to it that I'm super excited about. So we had an intern program, and then when COVID hit, it just we shut it down. And interns for our office in Austin typically work through the summer. So we restarted it this year. We worked with ASU. In fact, we did video calls with ASU with some of their students. And we're working with TTU as well on this round of reinitiating it. We really wanted to get experience across multiple office functions, so we expanded this from what it used to be. It used to be just one investment intern, maybe two. Now we've broken it down between operations. Operations run all of our systems in our office, all the accounting. They cross-verify all the statements in our system from our managers. So they do a ton of work. So we wanted to get operational people in as well as investment people, and you can see that we've added both of those in example 1 and 2 down there. The current openings is a investment operations intern. We're going to do 2 of those, and we're going to split that between TTU and ASU. This year we're going to focus on just 1 investment intern from TTU. The duration is May 23 through August 5th. And the job posting, we closed it on 2/18, and we're actually just getting ready to start the selection process. And in fact, what's really exciting about this is we went through this with the IRC last, I guess it was a week ago, right? And Michelle McCloskey, who used to work for Man Group, who's on our committee, is actually working alongside us with us to help us kind of refine the questioning and the selection process. So we've really got the IRC involved in the process as well. We're going to look at undergraduates and graduate students, and there's kind of a different payout depending on your level of experience. In 2023, and this is the part that I'm most excited about, is in the past we just had an intern, they came in for 3 months and they went home. So the way we thought about was how can we get more kids involved, 1, and 2, how can we give them better experience than just 3 months? Because it's a tough business that we're in, and to learn it takes a lot more than 3 months. So with Gary's help, we got with HR and created a thing we called an investment associate. This investment associate, they call it a 3-year appointment. It's renewed each year annually upon an evaluation. So now, if you're a senior, let's say you're a senior in university and you become an intern with us, and we really like you, we can offer you this 3-year investment associate position, whether you're in ops or on the investment side. And then we can work with you for that next 3 years. Now you got 3 years plus the summer internship that you did with us, and you're really ready to launch into the field. You could go get a job at TRS, ERS, other pension systems, other endowments. So we feel like this gives a phenomenal opportunity to a group of students. The next step that we could do beyond this is investment analysts. Now, an investment analyst after the associate, so think about this, I try them out as an intern, they get to work with us 3 years, we get to train them, and then if we wanted and had an opening, we could hire them permanently. So the vast majority of these students will be turned out, and we'll try to help them get jobs in industry, because our staff's small, we can't hire everybody. So we'll have a lot of kids that go through our process and get jobs in the industry. There'll be a few that get lucky and we get to hire them and keep them on as analysts. And we really hope think about this over the next 10 years, we will have like a TTU investment community all over the place when you think about that. So you're going to see more and more TTU, ASU, and eventually Midwestern folks working at the investment office, and probably the entire staff made up of those people over time. So I think it's a huge opportunity. I want to say thanks to Gary, HR, legal, everybody that worked on it.
Thanks, Tim.
I'm going to skip the rest because you've seen the org chart before.
Any other questions for Tim, or Gary?
Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Regent Walker, I might just provide information that I just got day before yesterday from NACUBO. I know that we are interested in sort of how we compare to our peer groups. NACUBO issues their report that came out on February the 22nd with 740 university endowments and foundations reporting. I don't have detail yet. They will issue the detailed by institution, by peer group in the next few weeks. But in general, I think that it would be interesting to the group that for the NACUBO returns as of 6/30, which is their reporting date, 6/30/2021, the average return was 30.06%. For our LTIF during that same time period was 32.4%. So we certainly beat the average of NACUBO, and when we get more information, we'll just see how we compare within our peer group. Tim presented the information through November the 30th of this year. Also just received yesterday what UTIMCO and the Texas A&M University System endowments were. UTIMCO was 23.4% return. Texas A&M University System was 17.7%, and as Tim just reported, ours was 24.9%. So I do think that we're in line with our peer groups as we factor all those different investment opportunities and strategies and complexities in.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
We appreciate that information, but to put in perspective, really Tim Barrett is measured upon how he does on the 60/40 portfolio and CPI plus. And so rather than him having about 4 different performance measurements, which he had before, we've narrowed that down to what's most important to us. So I wanted to clarify that. Any other questions on the investments? Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Regent Walker. Thank you, everyone. That concludes the business to be handled by our committees. The meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the board meeting held October 13, 15, 2021, November 18, 19, 2021, December 13, 2021, and January 13, 2022?
So moved.
Second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. We will now consider items as a committee of the whole, and I would like to ask the Vice Chairman to preside over the committee of the whole. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item for consideration is the consent agenda, items A through P as listed on pages 1 through 30 of the agenda book, and for approval there, and acknowledge review of the information agenda as listed on pages 31 through 37. Is there any discussion of the items in either the consent or information agenda? Let me just remind the board again, if there is an item that you would like discussed in further detail or voted on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that the item be moved to the committee of the whole agenda. Hearing no discussion, then, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr.
The motion passes.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Griffin.
excuse me, this concludes the items to be considered by the committee of the whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Griffin. Okay, now, Mr. Secretary, would you please present the schedule of upcoming board meetings?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just as a reminder, the next board meeting is scheduled to be in Lubbock, and that is scheduled currently as a two-day meeting, May 5th and 6th. Following that, the August 11th and 12th meeting is scheduled to be in San Angelo, so that will be another roadshow like this one. And then we'll wrap up the year with the November board meeting on the 17th and 18th back in Lubbock. At the May or August board meeting, you will be presented with a calendar for proposed meetings for 2023.
Thank you. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized under sections 551, 071 through 074 and 076 of the Texas Government Code. The board will now reconvene into open session. Regent Griffin, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in the executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first motion coming out of executive session is dealing with a contract modification for Chancellor Mitchell's contract. Motion is this. Having determined that a revised employment agreement with the Chancellor of the Texas Tech University system is in the best interest of the system, and recognizing his vitally important role as the Chief Executive Officer due to the exemplary performance and confidence the Board of Regents has in his leadership, I move that Chairman Lewis be authorized to offer and execute a revised employment agreement with Dr. Ted Mitchell under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes.
Second motion, Mr. Chairman, is to authorize the Chancellor to issue an RFP and execute a consulting contract. I move that the Board authorize Chancellor Mitchell, in consultation with the ACS Committee Chair and Vice Chair, to issue a request for proposal for a consultant to assess how to increase research dollars to TTU while preserving the independent university status and mission of all the TTU system's component institutions, and upon completion of the necessary solicitation process, conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents between the TTU system administration and the consultant under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The motion passes.
The final motion, Mr. Chairman, is to authorize transaction of real property located in El Paso and lease of improved property in El Paso. I move that the Board authorize President Lang to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of property in El Paso, as well as lease of improved property in El Paso as identified in executive session under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Final item of business is announcements. I would like again to thank all the TTU HSC El Paso administration and staff for their hospitality during our visit to El Paso. We've enjoyed being on campus. We've enjoyed being in the city with its citizens and seeing all the growth and advancements being made in our El Paso Health Science Center for this region and the state of Texas. I also want to thank everyone who traveled to El Paso for this board meeting. We have Regents, administrative staff here from Lubbock, San Angelo, Wichita Falls, Dallas, Houston, and I appreciate your efforts to travel here and get our business done. Are there any other announcements at this time?
Chairman, I'd like to, as a regent from El Paso, just thank everybody for coming to El Paso and looking at all the facilities, and thank you guys for everything you did to set this up, Dr. Rick Lang and all your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lang. With that, there being no further business to come before the board, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. This meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System stands adjourned.